Yeah.
I've already said my piece. I'm at the door waiting for everyone else.
Chamonix, you go? You stay?
I'm leaving.
Alhazard, what's your plan?
I'm going to gather up the stuff that exploded out of me like I was a goddamn Overwatch pack. Or a loot crate, and then be like, oh, well, that happened.
Oh,
And start.
that was fun to watch. What's in there?
Doomsday devices.
Oh, now you have to show.
I
You've
can't.
told. You've told, but now you have to show. Come on now.
They are time locked. If I open them, they either begin activating or go on a cycle, upon which they are no longer useful.
Well, sounds important.
It's a gift from home.
Oh, fancy. Hmm.
It's a lovely place if you ever wish to visit.
Is it at war?
The moment I believe it is coming. Or here. It is hard to tell.
Are you a martial state?
Define martial state.
Those who have a military power. It's a military state. Basically, you're in active war status.
Oh, yes.
Then no, don't
Generally.
wish to go. That doesn't sound pleasant at all. I literally lived that life. I'm
No.
looking for somewhere, I don't know, more zen. Your people would probably ask me of things. If I don't capitulate, they'll demand. I do my morning routine no matter what. So, I mean, I bet there are some very greedy warmongers among your people, yes? People who
Some.
push.
Thankfully, they are not the one in control.
Well, think of it this way. I don't tolerate idiots for very long. So if I do go there for a vacation instead of here, and someone pushes me too far, I just make them stop bothering me. Usually, that means they're dead.
That's fair.
So, I'm going. If it doesn't guarantee peace and quiet, and I mean, I don't mind interactions with others. Just, people pestering me like these idiots about teach me the blade, teach me the blade. No, I don't want to. I've killed enough people, and I don't want to pass on things I know that other people can do it. Stupid.
I agree. You have stated your wishes, and I would not seek to infringe upon that. It
Weird.
really, it is a lovely place, but the shadow of conflict constantly casts over us. It seems like if it is not one thing, it's another, and they always seem to be coming after something we have. Usually, our lives and freedom. My people have a vested interest in remaining not weak, but
Well, at least you still currently have both. I hope.
that is my understanding.
For now.
The time differential seems incongruous between the two realms.
Yeah, time shenanigans can really do wonky things.
Regardless, at some point in the future, I would like to show you my home and its beauties. Hopefully without the pall of conflict or people scrabbling to bother you over mundanities.
Sure. I might be able to take a tour, but as for the moment, I mean, I get free booze here. Not even bad booze either. So.
Oh yes, I heard from earlier. and sampled earlier.
Mm,
Actually, it was quite good.
yeah. Just
That's one way
you
to
know,
deal with it.
ask nothing, and then nobody will expect nothing from you.
I think the only way to deal with it is cry.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah. Well, that's for me. Well, travel safely, or not, whichever way you prefer.
And yourself? May your life be as interesting as you desire it.
You know, I wish I had control over that. It's one of those still working on.
If we had perfect control of all of the surprises life had for us, I fear we would be very bored indeed.
I don't know. I don't think so. You know, maybe. I don't know.
Gonna give my goodbyes to the sword mistress and to White Rabbit Chen.
Well, at least this place is interesting. Hazard.
Right?
I mean,
Oh,
I thought I was doing particularly well, and I thought I had a different standard for who was a blade master, but I think this she might actually be able to give Riveth a good workout. Of course, that's a hypothesis because I haven't actually seen her try. So
you will not teach. That does not mean that you cannot learn. It simply requires a different set of skills.
well, I know. I've always learned through observation and other tactics.
Then there might be something for you here.
Well,
Besides the
that's
wine.
why I gravitated here because of that. Mostly because the Harbinger's way. Sometimes Harbingers will teach novitiates, but once you're an actual Harbinger, no one's there to teach you at all. As she continues to shovel food in her mouth. Not at all. Mm-mm. You gotta learn that shit on your own or die trying. Usually it's the latter. Hmm. No one wants
Hello.
to teach this. No one wants to teach their secrets, man. I understand it though. I don't either.
Halo will speak to Sand Princess and be like, if you wish to come back now, we are leaving to the Nook.
I am learning my blade here, and it's also safe.
For now.
Mm-hmm.
And then Halo will bring back. You gonna get Lady Lash?
Yeah, I'll say my goodbyes to White Rabbit Chen. I'll give Sand Princess sort of a confused nod, like, "Hi, do I know you?" That's what I'm finding out. I think he met you at a party once, kind of wave.
Girl, that was absolutely delicious. Thank you very much.
Shut up.
Why you bully her, man?
It's a two-edged sword. I need to compliment her, but I need to make her feel bad at the same time.
That's rude.
It is rude. That's not what I mean, though. I wasn't expecting you to wait. Is everything all right?
Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, everything's fine.
Kirk will just look at her, continue to look, be
What?
like, "Are you sure?"
Mm. I don't know. It's getting bad vibes, you know.
Hmm.
Not like I can do anything about it.
Not the bad vibes for sure. Is there anywhere in particular? Like, did you go into the Nook and then get the bad vibes, or was it just?
No, general bad vibes.
The potato got super hard. Like a crispy little dragon egg.
Oof.
That's all that was in it.
I think maybe it's because the mic ripped too long.
When you say bad vibes,
Yeah.
like a tingle down the spine, or you freeze in place because you feel something coming, sort of feeling.
Well, I mean, I, my spine is literally exposed to air 100% of the time, so I get all sorts of weird tingly feelings, but not in the way, not in that way. It's mostly like, gosh, how do I explain it? It's not a normal feeling. It's not even a sixth sense. It's more of like a nth sense. Yeah, one of us is a fucking science nerd over here talking about nth numerals and explanation points that I don't even fucking know. What about like hashtags? Hashtag. That's a yeah. Like hashtag fabulous. Hashtag shut the fuck up, you a bitch. No, okay, fine. Gotcha. Yeah, no. Somebody here actually paid attention in math class, but it's more like yeah, it's a bad feeling, but you're not gonna be able to because I guess you're just from the curves, so it's not a curve based bad feeling. Mm, maybe it is. I don't know.
DM, can I try and pick up what they're talking about?
Sure. What are you trying to roll for that?
Presumably
logic or-
cognitions.
Sure, you can roll citations.
Do- Wow, I really need to up that. Um, it's a little early in the game, but I think I want to re-roll that because that's not that doesn't seem good.
If you want a single digit or 35, there you go.
There you go. There are 2 degrees of success.
Only psionically you feel kind of like a something big move off in the distance, but it's not like a. It's more like a shadow, but it's large. It doesn't particularly portray the size of the thing, but the more of the size of the bad feeling.
Something with a psionic weight is moving through the area.
Or a cause and effect, causality, just by existing.
Okay, so like
the
something,
causality, whatever the
something
causality is like it's
like a dense
undetermined.
gravity field affecting reality.
Yeah, like that type of thing, but not. It doesn't particularly is a gravity field. More of it's of that type of nature. That it just by being an area, thus happens, and some individuals who are more attuned to that stuff can pick up the wrongness of it.
I wonder if it's the Black Knight. Maybe it's the Black Knight moving. We'll see what happens. Let's get to the Nook.
There is something there.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'm actually gonna roll for Sarah Brunhilefany, see if they catch anything. Feels angry. Yeah, I think that's about it. Or the concept of angry. I don't know. Maybe just righteous indignation. I don't even know what those words are, but apparently Haley's a fucking bookworm. She's supposed to be a dumb slut. Oh, obviously, who reads books? Okay, fuck it. Yeah. Thumbs up. Storm's a brewing. Hmm.
That seems unpleasant.
Yes.
Not entirely sure what this is, but I can feel it. And it makes me. It makes me think that we should potentially be elsewhere. I know there are some kind of defenses on the Nook. It might be prudent to fall back there. They do also seem to have a method of egress if whatever it is gets inside.
Hold on. Let me see if it's. Okay. If it does come, the only thing I can think of that could weather the storm, was the room you were just in, or the equally powerful persona in that room. But the problem is I don't know if that individual will actually intercede. Think of it this way: that person is like metaphors. Why do I have to do metaphors and shit? I don't want to be a cryptic NPC. Fuck. All right. Anyways, so that's a storm off in the distance. That's like, oh, that's really far away, and then can be like, how did that get here? And then you're like, well, I'm dead. And then the other one is it's like you ever seen a really shitty place get really cold, and like it's so fucking cold that the a raging river actually has a frozen like coating over the top, and it's very thin, but you can't even see the raging currents underneath. And then you know, but it looks all tranquil and shit. And there's snow everywhere, and there's not even a sound. It's just like, but then you take one wrong step, and it's just kind of like you're the only one that makes noise in its presence. And if you take a step on the ice, you fall through, and you're just fucked, gone. There's nothing of you. But yeah, that's the difference. I don't even fucking know. Crazy. People here are weird. Holy shit. I mean, we've been throughout all of time and space through the angles. Like it literally is infinity. And there's not a lot of people who fit that weird. They don't get metaphorisms from us. Or at least not cool ones. Sometimes they're like tools or something. I
Ah,
don't know. Whatever. Got bad feels and no feels, and then whatever I'm supposed to be feeling, and then oh, my life's weird.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know who you're speaking of.
Oh, well, don't let the storm catch you.
Yes.
Because there's a little bit more to it than the vessel that holds the storm. Like, we're a vessel. This body we have is literally just, I don't know, parts and bits and pieces. But I mean, we don't ever really die. I mean, I got my face shot off, or like my whole head got shot off, and it just takes a while to put us back together. But not like we die from anything curve related.
Hazard and Chamonix, if you wish to go back to the Nook, now is a good time. Lady Lash and I will have to stay back and direct the storm elsewhere.
Well, it's not anywhere near. It's like the storm's prowling the walls. Kind of like, like if you got a big old castle walls and you got these beasties kind of prowling the outside, looking for a weakness, looking for a way in, or that's a really shitty metaphor because it's more like the beast is in a box. The box is like tricking it into thinking it can't get out, but the beast is like, I'm about to fucking kick this door down, but not really. I don't know. Maybe it can. Maybe he can't. I don't know, man. I got too many brains, too many eyes, too many voices, and just too many feels.
I think the fact that you have the feels is the important part, and I appreciate the warning. But like I said, Hazard Chamonix, this is, I'd suppose, my mess, so you don't have to be included in it.
Mm. I mean, you could always just like get out of this place, further away from it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The group could move on from the Nook, but still things that need to be done. Promises to keep.
Such as?
One with Minerva, for example.
Hmm. I'm gonna go like crawl in some pipes and stuff. Maybe like find some cool things.
Fun. Be careful.
No, I don't really think I want to. Kind of feeling a little reckless right now. Woo! Yeah. I don't know. We're gonna go be like spider centipede girl somewhere. Like meow. Like crawl down the pipe. Whoa, it's tight in here. Holy shit. That's because
Is what he said.
Stephanie's got a fat ass. I mean, you just kind of hear her arguing with herself as she gets further and further away. Hmm.
Oh, tell me about this mess.
Mm.
The mess that is coming, you mean?
Would be the one that seems to have attracted so much attention.
I think it's just the angry notion is kind of what comes to mind. It could be that it's one of the face stealers that are coming for this. No, it wouldn't be that either. I was gonna say there's a face stealer that's coming for what's her face? Lady Lash, you're going already.
Kind of strutting over here. What?
What's over here, lady?
I don't know. Myself, obviously, which is the
Oh.
whole This is the most important thing,
It's a
obviously.
good place to
Look
be
at-
then.
It is such an open space. Everyone can just worship me as they should.
Lady Lash, he's coming for you too, by the way. Don't forget.
Ugh. You always have to be such a Debbie Downer.
I wasn't the one who was aware, but I suppose.
Look, you can always play the runaway and hide game, and sure, you'll always stay one step ahead, which is nice and all. Or you can take some precautions and just don't let it plague you, because if you let it literally control you and what you do, you're gonna have no freedom, and you're gonna live forever in paranoia and fear and the what if. I mean, there's always storms off in the distance that we can never see or even understand or are even aware of. If you've
I understand.
participated in any of the major wars in hell, then yeah, you get that. Everyone lives in paranoia and fear when there's a clan war. Ugh. Especially when there's an assassin clan involved, or people are not playing by the rules, or some sort of chaotic intruder appears. Like it's not what it used to be.
Either way, I'm going to be dropping off and yeah, dropping off my stuff from the Nook, and then I'll probably be on my way for a bit. See what happens.
Where are you going?
I think I'll go back to what Sarah Beth Lethany suggested. Maybe calming the storm should be my first interaction.
Well, there's no guarantee.
No, there isn't. It's true.
I find there very rarely are.
Mm. All right. Well, Chamonix owes me a foot rub, don't you, dear?
I don't remember this transaction, but I can give you one.
Oh, it's no transaction. You're so adorable. I just need foot rubs.
Oh, okay.
And I bet you can probably get some sort of wonderful like foot cream concoction. Help get the I'm probably getting calluses, rough spots on my feet. Ugh,
We have been doing a lot of walking.
I hate walking. It's a lot of effort. I used to have people carry me around on a palanquin, just lay there. You just me as everyone worshipped.
Sounds pretty luxurious.
I mean, yeah, I miss it. Now I'm actually getting my steps in. Ugh. It's not like I lose weight or anything.
Lady Lash, would you like to do a trade? I have some
Mm.
red crimson you might enjoy.
I haven't been able to top up on Est in a while.
Okay, so you don't have any available. Never mind.
I have a handful I might be willing to trade, but it's not going to be in any significant quantities. And until I get some more, then it's I won't be able to donate or trade.
Well, if you'd like to trade now, I can at least give you, say, 5.
I can give you 3.
3? Very well. I'll give you 3. Kurko will form the Crimson Fluidium and pass it over to her.
It's good stuff.
I'm glad you like it.
I think I do, actually.
So yeah, Alhazard, you coming?
I suppose so. Have we checked to make sure the place is empty?
Awareness, sure. Smell it out.
The place should be within range of my
Psionic stuff. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Can I sense anything in there, mighty DM?
No, not in the immediate area, but yeah, none.
Okay. It appears clear. Yeah, come on, you.
Get on top. Shoop. Shoop.
Wait, Rubber Chin's back before us.
Yeah,
She quick girl.
yeah. She's getting more booze.
Fair enough.
You can hear her haggling, like, you gotta have something better than this. I can't bring this over. What I got, man. No, go talk to Minerva. She'd be the one with something luxurious like that. I hate dealing with arms dealers. Ugh, come on. You already bought all my best stuff. Like, what else do you want? I mean, you could probably go talk to the quartermaster. He guys got random shit. I suppose. Well, alright. Oh, that's right. Do you have any booze? Like really good booze?
Not on me, but if you ask Shamane, I'm sure he could fix you up.
Okay, I have a small bottle of vodka. Let me check.
Any? I mean, actual vodka?
Mm, what was it? I had a bottle of something. I just gotta find it here.
I think it was a bottle of vodka. She's just asking because it's like actual, like professionally made vodka rather than this like distilled stuff.
Probably. I pulled it out of my bag.
Mm.
Mm,
But yeah, Shamane's over there. As Kurko points to the door.
Yep, I have a little bottle of vodka. Here, you can have it.
Oh,
Just for you.
thanks. You got any like whiskey, sake, bourbon, wine?
That's all I have on me for now.
Do you want to pull something into your bag?
Not really.
I didn't think so.
Well, I suppose I'll just. She takes kind of a one league step, and she's just in a different place. Nope, don't got that type of booze. I do got Amarak. Gross.
I heated up all this pasta for me, but I think the chicken sandwich was all that I needed.
I'm sorry, I can't eat it.
Food is complicated. Why is food got to be so complicated?
Because it's food.
I mean, it's not like we needed to live or anything.
Kuroko's going up to Minerva's door and kind of give a wave.
If you have business, enter.
Kuroko unstraps the container attached to her back and places it in front of Minerva. The 1,010 liters as asked. But I have 1,990 remaining as well. We need to speak on
Do you have both on you?
No, it's in the same container.
Well, are you going to want some of it, or did you want to sell all of it, or what?
We spoke of credit for this individual that you will be telling me soon, so I think it's best to go for that because I have something in mind as a project. Do you think, as she kind of opens up her subdomain and takes out the giant maul, do you think you could deliver this to him as well for the transaction? I wish to create something of a blade or gauntlets with it.
She kind of flips through the pages. We do have quite a few individuals here. Who was I talking to you again?
Sorry. So the individual, the blacksmith on level 5. Requested 1,000 liters.
Yes, he did. Did you want his credit or did you want guild credit?
His credit.
As for the mallet, are you wanting to sell it or did you want to hold on to it as a reagent for something?
I was hoping to get something created from the material itself.
It's very expensive to find someone who's able to actually melt that down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're gonna need someone who has access to the forge, the Grand Forge.
Yes.
Oh, I suppose. You'll want to hold on to it. I don't do. Like, could do a lockbox for you, but
No, it's okay. Kuroko opens up her subdomain again and places it in. I can hold
okay.
it.
Good material. You'll have to disinfect it from whatever this. Make sure it's pretty pure. There's a pervasiveness to it that come in handy if you actually want that aspect as part of the crafting. Yeah. One moment. She kind of roots around, pulls out a drawer, and slides a little brass hexagonal plate, and takes out an old chisel. Kind of, it looks like one of those, like a quill, but it looks like it has a chisel.
Yeah.
Tip, and she just kind of scratches into the brass plate. And there's a lot of tapping and kind of it's like a cross between writing with a quill pen and actually chiseling into. She passes it to you. Your credit.
I appreciate that.
Prices fluctuate, so try and arrive when the prices are good and the credit's worth more. Because think of it as like a standard unit
hmm
of currency. Sometimes the price goes up. Sometimes the price of the value of credit goes down, or barter is more important rather than um, currency. But this should be protected because it's reinforced by barter.
So the blacksmith's name.
I didn't promise that.
You said I would know his name and he'd know mine.
He does know yours. I sent the payment to him already.
Oh, I thought I would know them as well. I thought that's what I thought that's what it
It's on the
was.
plate. Um, he actually just goes by a title.
Oh,
Um, he, some of the individuals fancy the title as their name because they view it as far more valuable than the actual using of their real name.
I just ran into an individual just like that.
Right. He actually has earned the title as blacksmith.
Blacksmith.
So he likes to go by literally the name blacksmith.
Makes sense.
The plate actually will resonate when you're out or within I think it's a mile radius, and it'll actually kind of vibrate and kind of pull in the direction of what is owed.
Very well. So out of character, Matt, is this credit for the whole 3,000 liters, or is it just for the
It
1,000
depends on how
liters?
much you gave her.
So I'm giving her the whole thing to use
Oh, then yes, you
because
get credit for 3K because
okay,
that's a triple bulk order, and you're gonna
yeah,
get credit for. And you're also gonna get a little bit of extra on top.
because I know the purified water, especially that cold, is good for blacksmiths, and
Oh yeah. Well, it
yeah,
actually adds what Minerva describes as a yin quality
okay,
to
right,
certain
right,
magical esoterics. Your type of magic, at least by some of the crafters, because some of them just call it cold element, frost element.
right,
Some of the more Asiatic or exotic cultures call it a yin yang element, where the yang element is the essence of life,
mhm,
fire, heat, um, anger, rage. It's more than just heat.
yeah,
The yin
Emotion,
quality is
chaos.
the yin quality is the opposite. It's usually death, cold, the absence, stillness,
yeah,
Discipline.
with disciplined, calm. Like it's both positive and negative connotation on both sides.
yeah.
It also
Have
usually
its has its
represents
uses.
male and female.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Sometimes.
Which is
So
funny because you're a female that created an element.
yeah. So
That's
depending
definitely going to
on,
be useful.
but blacksmith. I mean, there's many other blacksmiths who have the title, but this one particularly likes to go just by blacksmith.
Mhm.
He owns a medium-sized shop, but he does special orders and pretty weird stuff.
Yeah, the issue was getting to him on the 5th floor.
Um, because he exists on the 5th floor, and that's where it's all dark and shit. Um, he is able to create certain certain things that actually incorporate the dark tide in it.
Ah, I see.
He actually is able to utilize one of his greatest creations, which he does sell through um, the dealers of death occasionally, and sometimes through the kiosk, are null zones, which are literally privatized dark tides.
I
So if
see.
you are the owner of the disc and you use it, you summon a dark tide within a certain radius that you have full vision from. but it acts like a dark tide normally to anyone else. And you can also customize it so that it's like a locked area, or turns off magic, or dampens esoterics,
Mhm.
slows people, causes straight up disorientation, deafens them too. Like, he's a very weird craftsman. He's working on a new title, and he needs a lot more materials like this to uh, get progress. Craftsmen take a long time to get the titles, because they have to produce certain results and certain masterpieces and innovations to actually earn certain titles.
I'm sure the Opus is a grand endeavor, but
Mm.
yeah.
Well,
Okay.
that is a very valuable thing, but they're going to go through that very quickly, I guarantee you. Um,
I left the source
denaturing.
intact, FYI. So I'll get more.
Well, that's good because this pure yin quality water, unfortunately, can be denatured and corrupted rather easily in the crafting process. So they're going to go through dozens of gallons per attempt.
The
And
renting. Sorry, whatever. I apologize. Continue.
no. It's just when you have a whole business and it's not just you using resources, um, supplies dwindle very quickly.
Of course, especially if you have apprentices. Maybe I'm not sure on him, but or her,
And
but the
he has
blacksmith.
2, but he also has 3 fully fledged trained blacksmiths under his purview, and they, while not the head blacksmith as he does, they're actually working on their blacksmith title.
Oh, good for them.
Yes, but they're full fledged, and they go through materials just like he does.
So, Minerva, the renting of the container. You said
Mhm.
we'd speak on what that would cost for me. What would you like?
Which container again?
Want to carry this stuff?
Yes.
Oh, you mean this particular container for
Yes,
the?
that has the 3,000 liters in it.
Oh, did you want to carry it around further?
I think I'm good for now. I won't be going to the first floor for a while,
You could just
so
outright purchase it from me, so we don't really have to worry about. Mm.
that would be ideal.
It does store water, normal
Mhm.
water too,
Yeah. The thing
or
that would have to do,
gasoline.
I'm sure. I was just thinking it would be good to transport right now. It also has the talismans attached to it as well, so it would be good to the
Mm.
transfer for going to wherever it's going, because I'm sure you have a process to get the water out. I was just it seemed more
Oh no, I've
convenient to
sent the
keep it
whole
in.
container there already
Ah,
via disk. They've
I
already
got you.
extracted all of it, and they've already sent the container back.
Oh, that
These
is quite
craftsmen
convenient.
are very, very wealthy.
Yes,
So,
I can tell.
well, also the merchants of death also are pretty wealthy. Some
I
of
can also
us, not
tell.
all of us.
Uh,
um,
but for purchasing it, I like the concept. I just don't know if I'm ready to make. I don't know how much it would cost per se. I
these
have
are
some
very, very expensive because they're dimensional storage spaces with a weight
exactly,
limiter. There's
exactly.
also, if you're thinking about it, I would save up quite a bit of money and bring 3 things with you, or 4 if you can afford it.
Very well.
Water container, like that the jug I
Mhm.
gave you. 2, air compressor.
Right, in
It's
case you need it.
basically the equivalent for air.
Yeah,
3, a massive power cell that you can sell power to people, recharge their batteries. And 4, if you can afford it, um, food recycler, food processor, food transport with refrigeration and temperature control, freezing. Uh, if you can bring those 4 things along, well, on the first floor, you're perfect. In
I'd
fact,
say.
you'll be very wealthy. A lot of people specifically go down there, like Lilu, the space
Mhm. Yeah,
suit
I know her well.
engineer.
Yep.
She makes
Actually,
all of her money by selling air and repairs and power cells on the fourth
yeah,
floor. She goes every month.
I'll have to talk to Lulu when I get back.
Purified air is the key, though. Nobody wants just canned air. You never know what you're going to get.
Yes. Reminds me of the people from China buying Canadian air. It's just from the canisters. It's just like, fuck. But yeah, no, canned
Getting
air
a
is.
Spaceballs vibe. Perrier.
I see, I see. Well, I appreciate the transaction, and like I promised, I delivered. And
You
she,
do.
I kind of take off the bracelet and pass it back to her.
Mm. Good. Well, you have your credits. Problem is with that type of credits, again, the price could fluctuate depending on the actual value of the water, but you sold bulk, and since you did it through barter, it shouldn't move very far.
Yes.
And mm, there's a
It's a
bit of
lot.
a compulsion on the disc.
Oh, okay.
They have to take it if you demand it. So it's I'm sure they can negotiate on how much credit is owed, but if you show up with the disc and you require them to make them or make something, um, somebody has to take the order. It's mandatory.
Right.
Otherwise, there's penalties.
Is
In
this
fact,
something to do with the guild, I assume?
it does. In fact, this is minted, these discs, plates, um, by the artisan. If you the plates come clean with a format. If you sign your name on the plate as the individual who owes credit,
Right.
and it is given to someone who is the collector of that debt or the purchaser of that debt, um, if they don't capitulate to your demand, they lose more than just reputation.
Right.
Especially if you have a title. You can actually have that title stolen from you as payment. You can't get it yourself as the collector, but um, it's broken down into purple fluidium.
Ooh.
Yes, if you take someone's title and it's mandatorily broken down, a title's worth, depending on the quality, 1 to 3 purple fluidium.
I see.
Right. And imagine, once you lose it, you can't get it back.
Right.
So
I have to earn another one.
no, you can't get it back, even
I
if you
mean,
follow
like
the same
earn a
process.
different one. Sorry, that's I
Yes, a
meant to earn a
different one.
different one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you lose blacksmith, you can't get blacksmith back ever.
Well, I'm sure they know about the cost of even starting this part to begin with. So
They do, and
hopefully things go well.
the individual particularly, the guild signs a lot of these plates, a lot of them. You know, they're good to their word.
Yes.
Now, you may have to pay more or less depending on how much of a rush job it is, but I mean, if you agree on a price, they have to do it now, no matter what other orders are in place, unless it's also by a plate.
Right. So
So
there is a priority system in this
there is,
case.
it's
Fair
a
enough.
priority system. It's by the color of the plate,
Right.
which is also the equivalency of the masks, um, or something like that. They like to do the forge system. So this one's a bronze plate. It's not the lowest, but it's about middle rank. So if yours is a higher priority plate, yours goes first. If that's what you negotiate as a rush job, and then it goes by is it a plate order or not, and so on and so forth.
I see.
There's a lot of intricacies, but overall, I always like to do plate-based orders. Mm,
Well, it keeps them to the word for sure.
It does. There's a lot of craftsmen who will um,
Try to
they
get
can be
craft.
a little desperate. And they'll also be a little poor.
Mhm.
Um, they like to service the big money jobs first. So if you come over and say, "Hey, I want to spend 50 of my 10,000 credit they're gonna look at you and go, "Get the fuck out of here! I'm doing a massive order. Come back." But you're like, "You owe me this now," because what you're working on isn't plate. And if you don't show up with the plate, they can put you off forever.
Right. So, Minerva, I suppose I have one last question.
Mm.
If I take credit off it, does it chisel in again, like how you did it here? Okay.
Oh no, it is itself.
It does it itself. Very interesting. Okay, that's
The artisan made these.
yeah. Just spoke with the artisan.
Mm. Yeah, we have close ties. A lot of our a lot of the supplies we get in barter for our weapons end up being something we have to turn around to the artisans guild and say, well, this means fuck all to us, but what does it mean to you?
Right.
I can't turn a slab of metal without a forge and craftsman. They can.
Kirko will bow as she is already in a positive mindset, positive temperature. Here goes our fellowship. And make her way up.
Yeah, so have a good day.
Okay, transaction completed with Kuroko. Nice.
Shaman, what do you want to do?
Can you hear Matt?
No.
Okay.
What you want to do? What you want to do?
One sec. She needs to reset.
Um,
It's that Discord
and
thing.
brief interlude. Alex, roll your strength toughness.
Is anybody talking?
Not yet.
I am talking now.
Merci.
Roll your strength toughness.
My toughness?
Boosh.
No, that's for Al Hazard. I think it's the thing. Consume strong.
Boosh.
All right, roll your 1d8 for toughness.
Boo.
Did you want to fate point your strength?
I kind of did.
Oh,
Just to see
no,
how that goes.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, do it up.
Boom.
Not
It's
this
even
time.
worse.
Not this
Yep.
time.
Shaman
Yeah.
Spec.
Yeah, Shamane, what you doing?
Before I give Lady Lash her promised foot rub, I would like to put some better defenses up around the Nook.
Okay, what type of defenses?
I just want to put some, barriers along the wall, maybe something to keep people from
Ripping
Crashing
and
the party.
tearing their way in.
finding this place. Maybe like some fey magic bullshit. You can't go towards it, kind of thing.
Oh, you would have some experience with the Fae, considering your history.
Considering the
I
plants.
will ask you to roll influence to tap into that Fae knowledge.
Okay.
If you pass, um,
Would you like to give you some hope?
Yeah.
did you want to? Yeah, go ahead and give her some hope. And yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Okay. So if this is gonna be I think etiquette is probably what I'm gonna go off from that. So let's do an etiquette skill willpower to see how far you can so that's a +10 and then a +10. So you have a +20 to your influence roll.
Oh, damn. Alright.
I'm gonna preemptively use a fate point on it too.
For another +10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
For that again. Very nice.
Wow, that preemptive. That's secured it.
My psychic powers are working.
Okay, you do remember that a certain part of your past, you did come in contact with some Fae. They taught you some stuff. You taught them some stuff. You guys shared some fun stuff, and
It was a hell of a night.
yeah. So we're gonna give you a new skill, and it's gonna be different than the karmic law because they don't particularly do um they don't particularly use karmic law when they make talismans or wards.
Mhm.
So it's gonna be Fey wards, not magic, but their warding system. The one check mark.
Is
Actually
it
gonna
run
be
off
run
of
off
skills?
fellowship.
Fellowship. Okay.
Where should I put that? Where am I?
Other skills.
The skills straight underneath the right-hand side.
Okay.
Yeah. So one check mark, and um, this particular skill, it's not. You don't do it with paper. You build little totems or fetishes or little constructs, done with purpose and the language of the ward. So using a specific type of wood or crafting in a certain shape, adding specific rocks like river rock, volcanic rock. It's a language you build, and the more time and effort you put into it, the more powerful it usually is. Especially the more magic you invest into it. Um, you will need a vessel to hold the magic, and also it's kind of like the brain, so to speak. It doesn't really have a brain unless you literally put up like an animal brain in there, which is done. It's darker magic, but you would want to put it somewhere behind the door, main door, and
Will it protect the walls and the vents and stuff too? Or do I have
no,
to do
just the
separate
front
ones
wall.
for that?
You'll have to do different ones for the vent. But
Okay.
if you, it's more localized. But if you put it by the front door and it's a really freaking good one, then even people who know of the Nook might have a hard time getting back to the Nook.
Oh.
But I mean, you can also forego that by giving them, like, say, a flower that's put in their
Yeah.
lapel,
Yeah.
or um, you know, something that like attracts to like. You've been here before. You have, the Nook's badge, or so to speak, or whatever you want to assign it, and then of course they can find their way. It would also create an illusion. So anytime you would open or close the door, people would have a very difficult time, even if you were to walk out in front of like 20 people, armed and ready, and you had a really powerful Fey ward. You would be glamored. Even the sound could be glamored. So you could literally walk out in front of a bunch of death shooty people, and they're like, area is clear. You're like, ooh, going back in now. So, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. I'll set that up and grow everybody some flowers.
What are you gonna make your thing out of? Like, what's gonna be your creation?
What's the word gonna look like? Or
Yeah. What's your trinket thing? What's it gonna be?
let's just check my backpack here. Does it have to be anything specific, or is it just like a thing?
You want to tell me what type of shape that you want? Is it like a dream catcher? Is it the shape of a man? Do you dress the actual door frame in the whole ward? Because there are specific door wards you can put, which you would dress the actual the door frame itself with wards and runes and charms, protections.
Can I try to like pull some ivy out of my backpack and get the ivy to grow in the shape of the ward?
You'll have to pull it with one of your attempts.
Yeah.
I think that's a pass.
I do believe so. I don't know what you were looking for the thing, but I think
Is it ivy, poison ivy, fey ivy?
I think it's just like vines,
Okay, that's fine.
but they'll
pull
grow
it-
in neat, cryptic
pull quite
symbols.
a bit out.
What?
You pull a big old bushel out. It's just yeah.
I'll just like
Well-
slap it on the wall.
in
Okay.
a certain way.
Well, I'm gonna slap it on the wall, and then I'm gonna get it to do it itself in a certain way.
I got you.
You're
I
gonna
don't
grow it
know,
over time
Um,
because it's not gonna grow very quickly, but you could eventually grow it over time, and then as it grows, you can imbue layers of protections and wards and charms and defenses.
yeah, that sounds good.
Yep.
Maybe the more it grows, the stronger the ward will be. Could I get it to eventually take over all of the walls?
Yeah, you could. It'll take a long time for it to grow on that many walls, but the front wall would probably take about a month.
Key.
You gonna tap into your flower or your plant to make this happen, or how you can go about doing it?
Um, yeah, maybe I will see if I can get my plant as the king plant to command this ivy to protect the Nook.
Sure. He's not very commanding of yet, but
I'll give him a little
Good or
blood
I'll eat you is pretty commanding.
to spur him on.
hmm. He noms on it. No. Just sits there like a petulant child. Just.
I'm not sure what that means. Do you want something else?
Ow.
You're a plant. You can't talk back, can you?
Can I spin some merit into it? When in doubt.
Do you know what? I think it's time. I'm gonna feed my plant a fate point.
Oh, cool.
Kind of settles in. Just. All right. So,
Can't use any more fate points this session. I only have one left.
okay.
No, but when you
Give it a
feed it,
fo-
when you feed it a fate point, you take away your threshold. By the way.
Yep, I know.
Okay, I got
only
you.
have I've only
So,
one.
I got you. I got
used
you.
one on the influence
Okay.
roll. I fed one to my plant. I've only got one left.
Yeah.
It's my emergency.
Okay.
fate point.
Yeah. You can kind of feel it shift and stir. I like that.
Please protect this place for us. This is our home.
Kind of looks around. Kind of feel it shift and turn a little bit. Kind of creaks just slightly, almost like it's viewing the whole place from many eyes. Just kind of scoffs at it. Not a very big garden.
Not yet, at least.
We will build.
Hmm. Feed
it
me,
talking now?
Seymour.
Is it? Can it talk to me now?
No, it doesn't talk.
Oh, okay.
You do get feelings and notions from it, I suppose. Maybe not feelings, but purpose, intent, focus.
I guess it's grafted onto your skin, so it would kind of work up through your nerve sensitive
Yeah,
things.
I feel like we could probably communicate telepathically.
Maybe it needs to work on its mind threshold before that can happen.
Maybe.
Would we need to feed it to increase its mind threshold?
Books. JK, I don't know what it does.
It depends on what you view as mind,
Yeah.
and if you could find a way for it to feed it.
Brains would be might actually, because it's just flesh.
I thought, as a node, weren't we infusing it with magic to give it spirit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Swiftness was fertilizer, in a sense. Different plants.
So is the Nook protected now?
Thinking about it. Not very protected itself. It doesn't have the strength to protect this place. Not
Oh.
like the way you want it to. But
Not even with the ivy and the Fey wards?
you haven't built any Fey wards.
Oh, well, I'm trying to build the Fey wards with the ivy.
Well, this is the first layer of the ivy. You can roll a Fey ward test to give it one attribute. And when it grows a little bit more, you can add another attribute, and you layer that stuff.
So shall your first attribute be?
Well, you gotta pass a roll for it.
Well, that's a nice roll, but it's not what we want right now.
I mean, I feel like it's always time for 69, but
What you could do is you could sync 7 plus 9 is 14 plus 2, 16. Merit to pass that. You pass it by 1 degree, but you could buy 2 more checks into it.
Buy 2 more checks. Yeah, I could do that. How much was it? How much?
It should be 16.
16 merit?
Yep. That is if you want to keep going down the Fey Ward route. Otherwise, I wouldn't suggest it.
One sec. I need to make sure my dog's inside.
Okay.
No, it could be fun. I'll put 16 merit into Fey wards.
Okay. Because, yeah, Matt gave you the first free check for free. So 7 plus 9, 14 plus 2.
I'd also like to where does Chamonix end and I begin? I'd also like to think. I'd like to use my brain.
Good call.
Really would.
Want to put that as the mind threshold? Select your brain.
I'd like to put some merit into my plant, but I'm not sure what's the best way to do that.
Well, we can check what you've spent already into it. That's one option. I think you put a lot into spirit and it allowed you to change its form, right?
Mm-hmm. I was a little. I felt like that could have been more because I put a lot into spirit.
Yeah, you did. It was like 15 merit or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So
So I don't want to make that mistake again.
you
And
try mind this time.
Why don't we ask Matt when he comes back?
You could create a new talent, I suppose, new power for it.
Fresh air smells so good. I missed it. Really? I can't even find my plant. Magic tree. Spirit, put 50 in. And that looks like that's all that I've put into it.
Spirit select your plant, yeah.
Maybe I'd put it into might for the tree.
Maybe mind is how you increase its mind threshold for the plant. Just a thought. Don't know what you do until you try it. You can put 5 into it, see what happens.
Let's just ask Matt before I spend another 50 merit for a tattoo.
Oh, that's gonna say don't spend 50 merit just like that. No, I think you had multiple things, right? You had a kind of was able to change forms. I think that wasn't just tattoo. No, he asked you which one you wanted to do, wasn't it? It's like, do you want to make it a tattoo, or I thought I was able to make multiple forms with the 15 merit. No, it's just the tattoo. Yeah. You should look at the sky right over here. It's like this pinkish cotton candy.
Yeah. Food right now. I've had the munchies all day. I've been tired and hungry.
How you feeling now, though? Still tired and hungry?
Yeah, I want to eat the sky.
It's nice that we can actually open the window now. It's not like super cold. What's up?
I thought I saw a weird light in the living room. And for some reason, my brain just went, that's normal, and I didn't look at it until it went away. And now it's gone, so I don't know what it was. Aliens. I'm feeling a little better after that piece of chocolate.
Good stuff.
I think it's what's making my brain lag, though.
Probably. I need some Kleenex. Got any Kleenex around here? Yeah, it's okay.
No,
this is just
I'll get
itchy.
up. I'll get up and get you something, because I love you. I love you very much, because I really don't want to get up, so you better love me back. Swear to God.
Swear to me.
I missed it.
Oh, don't fall over. Let's get that off you. I like this. You see that?
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So, we got
I thought I heard something earlier. It sounded like, one of the nuclear
Yeah.
siren alarms, but I know it couldn't have been that. I don't think.
no tornado warning siren.
Yeah. Do you
So
guys
I ran out and pulled pretty much
Yeah.
everything out in the rain into cover
Yeah.
because no one else does that or thinks of that but me.
Yeah, I mean, it ain't going to help much if a tornado does touch down close enough to matter.
But if it doesn't, it can prevent some shit from getting blasted around.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Mm,
Tailwinds and such will kick people's asses just as surely as the tornado itself.
yeah. Okay. I have secured the doggo, who was actually sitting on the porch.
Nice.
Pulled everything inside, and then soon be okay.
Allie has just grabbed her cell phone charger.
What?
She is back now.
Cell phone charge.
Yeah. Gotta keep that powered and ready to go. Headphone
Alright.
is now back in. So, Allie.
Hey. Oh, she has a question.
Mhm.
Oh,
Oh,
I want to upgrade my tree.
okay.
And I'm trying to figure out the best way to do that
All right. What's your plan here?
with merit specifically.
So,
All right.
remember, she spent 50 merit, which allowed her to have it as a tattoo instead.
Mm, yep.
So, what's your thoughts, Allie?
I have 69 merit, and this is the
Nice.
numbers coming up a lot tonight.
Nice. You added that 50.
Nice.
You added that other 50. We got the other session, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Oh, I also added 16 merit to Fey wards, just so you know, Matt. But
Cool. So that's plus 20.
yeah, it allowed her to pass that 69 instead. So.
All right. You have to make a little trinket to put on like a little keychain, or you have to weave something into the ivy. But what type of protection are you looking for? The illusion,
Yeah, what's
glamour.
Yeah.
Don't look here.
Anti-angry.
That won't work.
What's the opposite of angry?
Calming.
Calm.
People can actually suss that out, though. Why
Yeah.
am I feeling calmer over here? That's sus.
I should very calmly murder everyone in the vicinity.
Precisely.
I don't want people to be able to walk towards it.
So don't look here.
Misdirection.
Yeah. Like if they try, they get turned around, kind of thing. Not maybe not all the way around.
People can be more aware of that. Low rank people will obviously just completely miss it. But any individual who has knowledge of wards or whatnot, a compulsion that makes them go like move their body against their will, that's a lot more noticeable. But it can be very powerful against individuals who just don't have juice. So
What if instead? No. Yeah, let's just like don't look here, kind of thing.
okay, what it does is when they do look in that direction, their eyes kind of skip over it. It's hard to miss. It's hard to really focus on that one spot. But yeah, so we'll add a don't look here. Yeah, that'll be part 1.
Now back to the merit expenditure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm trying to give my tree more juice. What? I guess all the pillars will do something different.
Mhm.
We were thinking either might or mind.
Mm-hmm.
Would might make my tree stronger?
We do a number of things. Might would make it more physically powerful. Any properties it has would be enhanced. It would also probably produce more fruit more often, or more fruit whenever it does get fed,
More
where the
bounty.
fruits are more powerful. It could just get bigger. It would probably gain more physical defense. Yeah, just you're enhancing its physical stature. Giving it more health.
Yeah, that sounds useful.
Unfortunately, with the tree is powerful enough, especially after the fate point. You can give it the merit via the pillar, but you can't pick the discipline. The tree will pick the discipline.
Oh.
Yeah, you can pick what pillar you give it, but it will actually use the merit to evolve.
Hmm.
It will, yeah.
Yeah. Could
So
you
you
give
only really
an
need to worry
idea
about
of
Hmm?
how putting merit into mind would affect it?
Mind would probably grant it more controlled and directed or purposeful growth. It would also probably help it build psionic powers, because more powerful plants eventually end up having the ability to affect their surroundings, not just physically.
Mm-hmm.
It could even give it an aura or an ambient power, passive abilities. It would
I guess
be
if you did more spirit, you wouldn't have to be selected this time either. It would be able to do its own thing with it.
Yeah, it would have to do its own expenditures. So if you invest a lot of points in the spirit, it's going to evolve less and less, but they're going to be more powerful when it does, because it still has to follow the merit rules.
Mm-hmm. How about I put 30 into might and 30 into mind?
Okay. It will twist and evolve a bit. Um, it definitely has a psychic presence, pressure almost, kind of a roving. It's not an active type of thing. It feels like a passive kind of always searching, always ready, always aware type of a passive presence. The might, uh, the thorns actually recede, but they're still there. So it looks like an undefended tree. Doesn't have any spikes or anything on it, but nope, they're still there. The tips are just poking out, and they have the ability to spike outwards, and they actually have the ability to fire.
Mm.
The bark has slightly changed color, something a little bit.
Can they fire out from my skin, or do I have to take the tree off me to do that?
If the plant is threatened, it will fire it out from your skin.
Ooh. Fancy.
Would you like to get your one Adachara needle today. Because you get one. You get one per day.
Okay.
It's the poison needle.
I'm not
can
sure
remove-
what I'm gonna do with it, but yeah.
You could put it in a jar, magic preservation jar.
Yeah. Oh, magic preservation jar. Where am I gonna get that?
Bag.
Okay.
I mean, that's what you use to preserve, freshly picked herbs.
I've got some spice jars. Do those count?
Only if they're magically enhanced to preserve the freshly picked stuff inside.
Okay, so I'll roll bag roll to get out this magic jar.
Mm-hmm. The magic sample
Ooh,
jar.
24 is good.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
get one. It's small. It's a spice jar, but enough to hold the needles. Hold up to about 10.
Okay, yep, I'll take that out and drop one in.
Okay. Crazy poison needle added. All right. Yeah.
Okay, so my
It
word
actually, when you do, the talismans actually all have migrated from your person to the pot on the plant. It's still your talismans. Yeah.
Sorry, which talismans?
It stole one of everything that you have attached to your person.
Okay.
Yeah, it stole all those protections. It's like bang.
So question: are they
Mhm.
now as a tattoo, or how is the
They're tattooed literally on the pot.
the
Not the
pot
plant
pot
itself, but the
aspect?
pot. Yeah.
The pot aspect of the tattoo. Okay, that's neat.
Yeah, it stole your wards. I mean, you can re-up, but it take any ward it doesn't have a one of, and if it loses any, it'll steal it right from your person before you get it.
Okay. Maybe I'll take some time then to make one of all of my wards for me and my plant.
Okay. It'll slurp it right over the moment you slap it on yourself.
I'm like one of each for both of us. Is my word for the Nook set up now?
Part one of it is.
And part two is just like waiting for it to grow, or
Yep, grow to be able to house another ward aspect.
okay.
So Fey wards, you can build them, but they're not as powerful. But if you actually grow or cultivate specifically your ward, it becomes embedded and significantly more powerful because you can do so many layers because it's naturally, it takes time to build it.
Okay.
Rather than
And for people to find their way back here, can I just like give them an ivy leaf?
yes, you can.
Okay.
What if it's poison?
I'm
I'll
gonna make not poison ivy. I'm pretty sure there's not poison ivy.
All right. Well, the Nook is starting to shape up.
Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna take some time to yeah, draw some talismans.
Okay.
All
All right.
in here, but I think it's somebody else's turn.
All right. Azrid,
That's me.
you
I'm
back?
Alhazard.
Yeah, you
I was
back.
never gone.
No, you back to the Nook.
No, I've been here the whole time, fam.
No, you back to the Nook.
Nah, I've been here the whole time, fam.
Nope.
All right. So first thing I'm gonna do once we've got our people, you know, situated back where they were, is go check on Bernault.
Yeah, she's fine. Just
You should
sitting
ask
at
her
the
how long
thing,
you've
having a
been
meal.
waiting for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm gonna drop by and sit down next to her.
No, you go back.
Indeed, we are. How do you find yourself?
Wanting,
Oh dear.
not in that way, but purpose, direction. I'm a knight, so usually as a knighted warrior, we usually have a lord to serve. So, I don't have one at the moment, and it just there's a part of me that just feels missing because of it. So I think I might wander into the dragon territory at some point and see if there is a dragon lord I can serve.
I would ask that you delay that particular choice of action until after we've gone in there to kill people.
Mm, well, but how long that would take?
I'm not sure. It shouldn't take more than another day or two.
I wouldn't
I know that
bequeath myself to lesser dragons, but something potent and significant, something actually intelligent.
it
Something
would
that
be a
has,
start, wouldn't it?
yeah. Mm, just mm, at a bit of a loss, you know. I don't really find. I mean, feels like the town surrounding the Lord's domain. It has the homes and bustling markets, and it's got walls, but it's no Lord's keep, and just doesn't feel right to me. So, if I find a Lord worthy of serving, if I come across you guys, I will most likely, I speak well of you if you report yourself in the appropriate manner. But again, hmm.
This is not what you desire from life.
Unfortunately, this is definitely not what I have been sculpted for, trained for, uh, really devoted for. But,
Mm.
it just digs at me, you know? Could be
Yes,
doing something proactive, but yet I sit here and wring my hands.
and what would you do if you find no one worth serving in those caves?
I guess I'll wonder until I find someone. Maybe the man himself, this tradesman that trades for dragon hearts. The dragons aren't worthy of serving in the first place, then they should be hunted. For they're just beasts. No nobility. There's no intelligence. They're just another creature. There's real sentience to them.
Just
It's
flesh
like,
on scales?
yes, but it's something regal and fulfilling serving a scholar dragon, a lord, someone who can talk to you and confide in and serve diligently. There's a keen intellect and massive education behind it. It's not always about dragon dominance and greed and violence. There's a sophistication there, as any lord should have.
Understand this. You wish to find a lord worth serving.
That I do. Something I'm more familiar with too. There's a lot of, I guess, worthy individuals worth serving. I just wished. I guess that's just my preference shining through. I want something I'm more comfortable with, more
Familiar.
tuned with. Right. I'm also trained in dragon physiology, so if my lord gets wounded or hurt, I know exactly how to treat them.
Hmm.
Less familiar with human biology than dragon biology, so also I know dragon magic, but I can't. Dragon Knight can lean on their lord's power if the magic is sympathetic between the two. So if I know dragon magic, and I need to borrow my lord's power, I can channel his raw magical might through my vessel. It can absolutely harm me, but not too much, since I serve him, and it's more than just a pledge. It's a magical binding, and I'm
Mhm.
able to wield true dragon spells like fire breath, but with the true elemental power word of fire tucked away in. Not the actual full true word of fire, but enough so that um, it can burn through even elements that would most likely suppress it, like water or ice.
Hmm.
It also makes the fire burn hotter, and it's lot more damaging considering it's a magic fire now, and melts things that normally wouldn't melt, and it hardly ever goes out. I couldn't do that alone. I don't have that type of knowledge, power, and prowess. Dragon Knights are an extension of their master and their will. And I just feel hollow. I don't have a liege. Hmm. I don't know.
Hmm. Yes, you do. You know, you just do not have the desire to articulate. I
Mhm.
understand. I would be sad to see you go.
Mm, I could leave clues to where I've went, and if I do find a lord worth serving in there, then you can rely on me as a contact of negotiation and actual, if not positive, but neutral um, ground. I'll be serving my lord first, but I never forget a kindness.
Would be grateful for this.
So, thinking
You
of, mm,
do not find what you're looking for. Do not be afraid to find us again. I will make sure that there is a space for you wherever I happen to be.
I appreciate that. I, this place is wild, but at the same time, it boasts a lot of opportunities. Um, my liege died a long time ago in the Dragon Wars, so I did not die from the soul backlash, but it's because he released us from service right before his death. Kindness that really not many dragons have the courage to give.
And I hope you find another who can meet your expectations.
Thank you. I'm going to need to spend all the currency I have available to me to gather supplies and improve weapons and armor and prepare myself to make my way somewhere deep into the dragon caves. Most of them will overlook me since I am a dragon knight and small. As long as I don't broadcast my wealth, most of the dragons will leave me alone. Yeah.
Perhaps we can speed along the process some. And I will give her 30 white masks on a belt.
How many is it?
30. 30.
Just kind of weighs it. Thank you.
This should provide you at least a little bit of traveling currency. And this, and I'll hand her a solidarity mask, should get you entry to somewhere more difficult to access than we know.
Mm. Thank you. Suppose I've sulked long enough, brooded. Hate brooding. But let's go pack my supplies then.
Brooding and introspection can often be confused for each other. If you needed this time to think, then I like to think it was not wasted.
I spent pretty much this whole time with Rask at the bar, just brooding while you were all away, thinking, sulking, pining. But I've done enough of that, of procrastination. I think I best get to it before I talk myself out of it or trick myself.
Safe journey and bright stars, Bernard.
Campfire and open roads. A hazard. She kind of gets up and the armor creaks. Oh, that needs to be handled before I go. One last oiling and polishing of the armor.
Got your journey right.
Also, creaking armor does not particularly speak well. The person who wears it, especially if you're trying to find a lord and your armor's creaky. Oh. She kind of slams the cup down. Okay. This I have for you. She hands you a normal gold coin. It looks ancient. The symbols on it don't really mean anything to you. There's most of the features are kind of it's been passed around so much that most of the features on the coin, whether it's the writing or the imprint or stamp or pictures, all been kind of blotched. Dragon gold. My dragon gold. I get a small hoard bequeathed to me by my previous master. I lost most of it, but that is my dragon gold. So if you need to locate me, I could find it. My gold. So so I can always smell it and find it again. Also, warning to you, if you ever do steal a dragon's wealth, then he will always know where it is, no matter what, no matter where. And the dragon's jealousy can be very dangerous.
I will take note.
Mm. A lot of people think they can sneak into a nest and steal from the horde, even if it's just a bag of cold. Maybe the dragon was sleeping, but now that you've taken it, he'll sense something's wrong and he'll wake. You've even if you spent it, then you've doomed the individuals who you've given the gold to and yourself. So just beware. The trick to know if it's dragon gold or not is the smell. Smell it. Tell me what you smell.
I'll give it a deep whiff.
Okay. It's actually gonna be senescence. It's not a physical smell.
Aha! Do I get any bonus from this for my psionics?
Yes. I'll give you a +10.
Wow.
Yeah,
Haha.
there is a psychic imprint or smell, magic and esoteric imprint on it that has a two parts. One is ownership. One is jealousy.
Uh-huh.
It's a very powerful ownership of it,
Mm-hmm.
and the jealousy part is the tracker.
Sort of a how dare you take from me sort of component.
Yes. It's also a curse.
Oof.
So if you do take it, it sticks with the coin, but it also rubs off on you and imprints you. And any dragon can smell it. It's not just one particular dragon. Any dragon can smell this jealousy, which means you're a dragon. You're a horde
Dragon
thief.
magnet.
Yeah, you're a dragon magnet. You'll be attacked first all the time if there's a dragon around. Any dragon related um, individuals like Bernald's the Dragon Knight, they can smell it on you and they'll be immediately hostile to you. There's no negotiation. Like a friend you could have made is now an enemy immediately because you're a horde thief.
Yeah, they're like, nah, fuck that nonsense.
If you kill the dragon, that's a little different. There's a if if you fought it and it really you become a dragon hunter and you have claimed his horde as your right as the victor. There's a very fine line between theft and winnings. Because then you gain the ownership part, not the jealousy part.
Uh-huh.
And if you have dragon blood ties, then you can access the jealousy part as it's now your horde. And you can track people who've stolen from you. And then the dragon the jealousy curse also rubs off of them and then makes, people are immediately hostile to them
around.
because they stole your shit. So yeah, if you eat enough dragon bits, you can gain the right for dragon horde.
Neat.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Little gift and a little bit of a teaching tool. I know you were a eater of the slain, which is less wasteful than mankind usually is. Um, mankind used to be extremely respectful of the things they killed. Now they just exterminate and purge. They don't take the kill and use every last part of it like they used to. Used to make wondrous things from the things they killed, but the time long past.
We have learned not to waste where I come from.
Good. All right. Enough of this. I keep procrastinating. I'm going to prepare myself.
Go find your horizon. Find your
Yeah,
lord worth serving.
yeah. She'll pop over to the tent and she'll start collecting her stuff.
Okay.
Rast just kind of looks over. Don't get many personalities like that one.
No. Singularly unique.
She drank a whole thing of moonshine on me. I didn't have the heart to charge her either.
Well,
I figured she's friends of yours. It's one less bottle of moonshine. Hardly anyone buys it anymore now that things have gotten better. There's, well, less
inspiration.
there's a lot more to work with, and there's less desperation, and I mean, at least we're not down to rubbing alcohol. That used to be a thing. People would give you really evil looks because that's a disinfectant. And why are you drinking literally something that could save someone's life?
Chinese as well, though, as long as it's not flavored. Sometimes, even if it is.
I mean, the quartermaster is rumor has it he drinks the rubbing alcohol out of the med kits and that touches it up with a pinch of gunpowder.
Yes. Yes. This is a familiar technique. It's an earthy taste.
Yeah, he says it's just what he's used to, because soldiers of his stature, they're not. There were so many of them. He said that supplies were as basic as you could literally make it, and alcohol was reserved for the officers who were still Legion. So if your officer died, apparently it was you could get court-martialed and executed for looting your officer's body, but
A hip flask going missing is far different from a weapon.
well, at the same time, sometimes the taking the weapon and turning it into the quartermaster got you taking it got overlooked as long as you turned it in. I don't know. Whatever. Their people are crazy. I thought I came from a war-torn world. They do galactic wars. So, I mean, we're talking half half of a full galaxy, maybe even farther. Just endless wars, planets destroyed. Like when he gets drunk, he talks. And I don't think I ever heard him right, but I think he said something like almost a quadrillion soldiers on the ground or deployed at any point in time.
Quadrillion?
Yeah.
People on my entire planet.
Yeah. Well,
Hell, that's more people in my
that
entire
that
solar
includes. He says that also includes, and not just the boots of his. I mean, we're talking about people who man the ships and the um, specialists, artillery supply. I mean, apparently their whole army is front to back is nearly a quadrillion, including logistics and paper pushers
And they're still at war?
yeah, yeah.
What do they fight? Moons?
He says demons, other alien races.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, other alien races, demons, themselves. Uh, yeah.
So everyone.
Yes, they fight literally everyone.
Hmm.
He says that I don't think they could ever stop. It's just such an integral part of their literal existence that if they tried to stop their war machine, it would they would fall to pieces as a species.
There would be people who would be killed by peace.
Yes, apparently. But Yeah, I don't like their people because apparently specialist weaponry are worth more than the soldier carrying it. Actually, at one point he was talking about a specific gun that he got to carry around, and it was worth more than his whole platoon.
We have a very different means of fighting. Or at
Yeah.
least we did. We did not have so many people to waste, so we were, in general, given premier equipment. The production capacity was lower than our total troop needs. And, we created specialty troops of our own.
Well, they got specialty troops.
I think at some point I'm going to have to pick his brain.
Yeah, they got them people called Space Marines. Apparently, they're ginormous death dealers of biblical proportions. Literal walking one-man armies. But at the same time, they deploy as elite groups, all with specialties and focuses. And some of them wield weird psionic powers and shit. Their weapons are technically heavy weapons, and their heavy weapons should be vehicle mounted, and they just carry them.
A
And
size
they're
upgrade.
vehicle mounted. Yeah. I don't know.
The vehicle mount weapons count as defensive emplacements.
Yeah, pretty much.
I understand. Yes, at some point I think I shall have to pick his brain.
I mean, he's an old dog of war. In fact, he said if he ever has to go back, he's going to happily be quartermaster or anything involving not going to the front lines or anything near the enemy.
Hmm.
He says he'd even be happy just digging septic pits, even if that's all he did.
He's reached a point where he is done fighting.
Yes, he's just I don't know. Go talk to him. I think at the darkest point, he's just like, I think the average life of a soldier on the front line when you engage the enemy is 12 seconds.
That is considerably less than us.
I mean, yeah. But whatever. That's I mean, if you got a billion soldiers holding a front, I mean, sure, if a bunch of them die, you still got several hundreds of millions. That's a big number game. I don't even fucking understand it. That's nuts. It's absolutely
In a
nuts.
galaxy so full of war, would you even have civilians? Oh, certainly you
Yeah.
would have people whose job would be to build things.
Oh yeah, no, they have whole worlds devoted to building shit.
Mhm.
That's all they do. The entire planet is It's just a manufacturing facility. That's all it does. They eat asteroid belts whole.
Imagine they would have to. Where else would they get their raw resources? It certainly wouldn't be from the planet itself.
Conquest.
Strip mining an entire planet would be. It would last you for what, a year maybe, if you are trying to fuel a war machine of a quadrillion men. Less than that, even.
Yeah, well, they have whole solar systems built for it. Yeah, it's crazy. He talks about it, and I'm just like, that sounds like bullshit. But apparently it's not bullshit.
It might be interesting to see what techniques are employed by these space marines.
From what I can tell, the finest kind of murder. They also show no quarter to literally anyone.
They look at any rate.
Well, yay, we did things.
Yes, yes, you did. I have plans for myself. I don't know what Shaman is going to do.
Yeah, Shaman, what you gonna do?
Is it my
Huh?
turn again?
You can be.
Well, I'm asking you what's your plan, huh?
I think if I've done all the wards up for me and my plant, that I'm gonna give Lady Lash a foot rub.
Oh, yeah.
Aw, snapperoo.
I'll see if I can pull some CBD cream out of my bag for her.
Is that a thing?
Mhm.
Yes.
Like, no, really, that's a thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Kuroko's going to see Bernalt off and wish her well.
Adios.
And also, Kuroko is going to find a corner to read in because she has 2 new thresholds to work into.
Okay.
Because yeah, there was 40 and then now there's 50, so I gotta.
Yep. So this will be a hard bottleneck to get any more.
Right.
Yeah. So going from 51 to 60, and then of course so on and so forth. The higher you from 51 and higher, getting influence is going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, for sure.
So it'll be pretty life and death stuff, character defining stuff, crazy stuff you pulled off that maybe you really shouldn't have, but did it anyways. Earning titles will grant you
Sure.
actually probably the most sizable chunk.
I didn't get any influence for my title, FYI.
Your fight did gave you a lot.
If I did. Okay.
Mr. Amma sitting over here with 50 plus friggin' influence.
Yeah. All right. So
Yeah, so let's go for 40. Let's start at that one, the fourth bonus for Lucy's journal.
okay. So why don't we roll around?
Oh yeah. So you know what I'd actually like to ask first though is we were going to change up what Spirit selected Raw and S did for Vanilla Raw and S. Before it was just a +10 for each, and you wanted to change it up. Do you still want to do that?
Mhm.
What would you like to change it to instead?
How many perches you got in it?
2.
Mm-hmm.
If we go by our examples we've been working on, what do we got? A bit more. I put down creates an esoteric power related to the lore, but it could be something different. It's more of just an option, but it's not highlighted, so we're not kind of set in that yet. So I don't know. What do you want to do, Matt?
It's not too hard. First one will just give you the chance for bonuses to gain resources for Raw Nest anytime it's available to get.
Okay. Cool.
So what it'll do, it'll add, as it turns out, your influence bonus in a flat number.
Okay.
Anytime you were to get raw, or anytime you get raw, and then anytime you would get S, you would do half rounded up your influence.
Right.
So the second one will actually give you a extra power
Okay.
And this will actually tie into your 40 threshold.
Sure.
Raw detonation.
Okay.
So if it is within your ice domain or presence,
Yeah.
you can choose as a action,
Right.
complex action, to literally detonate all the raw on that person.
Oh.
Each raw does a specific amount of damage depending on where it is. So if it's held inside their body and they fail their opposed tests,
Right.
they get their toughness, and that's it. If it's
So
held in a vessel, then whatever the vessel is, whatever defenses that vessel has. But it permanently destroys it, but it acts like a bomb.
right.
It's like remote trigger that explosive. The more raw it is, the bigger the blast is.
Right.
Your influence second purchase allows you to choose explode or implode.
Right.
Implode has a higher penetration. Explode has a blast radius.
Cool. So yeah, perfect. That's out of the way. Might as well do this now too. I have selected dodge. What first purchase and second purchase? Do you want to do reduces the negatives to
You did what pillar dodge?
selected spirit, selected dodge.
Let's check our handy dandy chart.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be like so anything like talents or abilities that are like inescapable. So instead of getting that negative, you
This
get
is the
like
penalty of dodging attacks by talents like inescapable by 10 per rank.
yeah. So let's do
So-
that. I think that's really good.
Yeah, a little bit.
For example, that person that did 20 degrees success on me because I couldn't get out of the way, right? So it would be 18 instead, but it's still, it adds up in the end.
I mean, at a certain point where if the guy does get 2 degrees of success on you,
yeah,
it removes a minus 20.
yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly,
It also doesn't just apply to inescapable. Any
exactly.
other attack
Like,
would,
yeah,
any other attack that would hinder or reduces your chances of
Yeah.
using dodge also is reduced by 20. So
okay. That's out of the way then. Perfect. I'm gonna roll.
the 50 we still need to do.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
I'm just
Okay.
gonna roll for the raw nest first. That's what I was gonna do for the book.
Yes, do it. Do it. Do it. Go ahead.
1 degree.
Okay. So this one actually will touch up on your domain power.
Okay.
You specifically can apply your order
Mhm.
trait as long as the domain is running. It has to be within the domain, but it can also be applied to the tiaras.
Okay.
The
Because
order.
I thought we could do that already, but from that one we
Well,
got. But I think this is but do note that I was 40 before the fight, so
Right.
it should kind of
This
put
is
itself
a
together.
little bit more than
Okay.
being able to just apply it. What it does is when you do apply it, it also prevents. It allows you to do a lot more with the order application.
Right.
So if there's a chaotic element to someone, so say they're casting, I don't know, if you apply the tiara, not only are they receiving all the debuffs, but if they do cast something and it
Right.
has an unstable element to it, like magic, invoking fire, you can literally just extinguish
Yep.
it.
Right. Okay.
Also, if you apply it to a clone, there is a interesting application you can do for shields or armor.
Right.
So any armor that you would have, you can just apply an order attribute to it. Order attribute to it grants it immunity to penetration because it cannot be divided. It's orderly. It will not do so unless you choose so. Energy It depends on how much energy, because that's its antithesis, chaos.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, a physical object of order, like a weapon, like a
Mhm.
melee weapon or a bullet, if it impacts, it's not really going to penetrate because it doesn't really have any esoteric chaotic energies that have enough power to fight your influence score and the power of your domain,
Yeah.
which is order. So energy weapons are going to be your bane,
Right.
especially if it's a high order thing like like an infernal, plasma weapons,
Mhm.
um, high order meltic weapons, um, pulse. Energy weapons are going to really suck.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be have enough chaotic, unstable element energy particles that it's going to actually cause you some issues. But against normal weapons, they don't get to really apply pen.
Yeah.
Because the particles will hold together. Your ice does. So it's I can't give you the full scope of it because having
No,
a domain with a influence of 50.
it's just a baby domain, so it's going to grow from it anyway.
It's a
Yeah.
baby domain, but there's a lot of narrative ability. You just got to think of how you want it to apply, because if you're going
Exactly.
to freeze someone's, you catch someone's feet and have the soles of their feet freeze the ground, um, having them try and break out of it's going to be really difficult.
Yeah.
So it's more of a kind of a narrative.
Yeah, it's almost like their shoes are bonded to the floor.
Right.
Yeah.
Hacking their way out of it won't work.
Yeah.
The ice doesn't. I mean, they can apply the physical kinetic energy from their weapon to the ice. So if you have someone who hits your ice so hard, the kinetic energy just shatters it because of its energy. That's its.
Yeah.
Sure, but the penetration's not there. So if someone hits you with a club, that could work. But swords and spears and things that slash and pierce, you might as well just stop, unless they're so good and so powerful at it that it's almost a domain in of itself,
Right.
or an ascended ability.
Yeah, like the art of cutting. I get that.
Yeah, the art of cutting is just like, I don't care about order. Your order is still ordered. It's just you have two separate pieces.
Yeah.
Fully ordered, it's just you have two pieces of order. There's also two pieces of you, or more. Just no chaos here.
That's good. That's good. All right, that should be definitely handy then.
Yeah.
So let's you want me to roll for the next one, or am I getting more? Is Lucy's journal talking about this domain itself, or
It's actually talking about the or the demon's domains. There's
right?
many of them.
Yeah,
You can actually find yours in one of the pages. It's the very back of this book. You're gonna have to find the next volume.
okay,
Yeah, these are theoreticals. So you've gone through all of this volume. You're gonna need to find the next journal for more insight and more uh, heritage to access through the books. Yeah, there's gonna be a little bit of difficulty there.
that's okay.
But it does talk about a lot of domains. There's a lot of fire-based ones as well, because there's a lot of demons who
Mhm.
utilize fire.
Yeah,
There's actually a domain of lie. So watch out for that. Certain domains, um, they project falsehoods in a lot of aspects. It could just be the change of the shape, the words, the tonnage.
how they
They
look
could
like.
say something. They could say something directly to you. Everyone else hears something else.
Right.
They can make you speak, put words in your literal mouth.
Mhm.
They can alter people's perception. They have control of the narrative inside the domain. Now, it's not like a physical ice domain where it is killing them, but there's public opinion. It can really be nasty.
For sure.
Breaking alliances, creating a traitor or a spy where there is none, creating dissent, putting whole families into disorder, causing a rupture within a clan that was at one point, ironclad.
Yep.
So lot of weird stuff. Your antithesis, actually, as it turns out, is thematically a fire-based domain.
Mhm.
There is, but most of the fires you can literally ignore. You got your if somebody tries to pull a fire domain, you can literally just squish it
It's
because
more like
ice.
creation and fire is kind of like the
Right.
yeah.
So fire actually is trumped most of the time by ice.
Mhm.
At least in the elemental triangle of powers. Um, but in your particular case, there are some fire elements that are strong enough that um, they don't ever go out, even if you freeze them.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, how? Yeah. So there's a couple in there, but there's a couple pages missing. Um, so
Okie dokie.
it's all theory and records.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
it's it's Lucy's. It's just her opinions on things. I got it.
yeah.
That's good though. So that means when I get my next book, I'll be able to get more. Is that what you're saying? For the
Yeah, but you can always review this one for previous information. Maybe
yeah, for sure.
expand on what you already know.
Yeah, should be good. That should be good. Something to work off of.
Cool.
One second.
All right.
So, Alley Girl, how's that book rub coming along?
Oh yeah. No.
So
Lady Lash is just like, yes.
I don't imagine I got CBD cream with the 65.
Not CBD cream, but you can get some. You have some essential oils.
Okay.
Kind of interesting because she has these horn-like spikes that protrude from her heel and the bottom of the balls of her feet and the toes.
Oh.
That form a high heel. And she can retract those to just have a bare foot.
Is it like a cat claw? When you press on it, it kind of sticks out a little?
Yeah, a little bit. It's like, ooh, I have knots in my feet.
Cool. So when that's done, I'll probably check on my weed.
Can go to 6 and figure out how much he's done for the place yet.
Yeah. I'll see what 6 is up to.
Hey, what's up? I got your green room up and running.
Why, thank you.
Yeah, the only problem is water. You're gonna need a lot of water, a lot of filtration. I got the system set up, but you just need to find the right soil, and you need to get water and any other nitrate fertilizer stuff. So, but I built it. It's all there. It's all down there. If got the light bulbs correctly, the lighting right.
Wait.
Mm,
Is it hydroponics?
yeah.
I shouldn't need soil then.
Oh, well, I don't know. Just
Okay. I'll find
yeah.
some water.
I mean, maybe some of the stuff you grow prefer soil. I don't fucking know. But I got traditional pots down there if you want. But yeah, I got you a hydroponic grow garden down there for. I didn't know.
Hydroponics should work just well, perfectly for the marijuana.
All right, cool. Looks like I did good then. Kind of worried about that. Wasn't 100% sure what I was wanting to build for you, but I just kind of built a little bit of everything. Oh, if you want more of a something, I can build that versus, if that's what you need more of. So,
I think
yeah.
this should work great for now, but I will let you know.
All right, all right, all
Very
right.
helpful. Let me know if I can do anything for you, 6.
Oh, I got you a treadmill. I finished that.
Amazing.
Yeah. Wasn't too hard, I think. Nah, I kind of just slapped it together. So, Yay, running in place. Does make a bit of a racket, but I mean that's the whole. I mean treadmills that they do that. Yeah.
Do you still have that container, Kuroko?
Container?
Yeah, the water container.
I've sold it.
Oh shit! I should have gotten some water for my plants before you sold it.
What I do have though is water, about 450 gallons in my domain, in my subdomain, that I could.
Ice cold water.
Yeah, it's cold. It's very icy cold.
I was
It should
thinking
be
of
frozen
going to
water.
get some water from the shower.
You could go fill that up from there. That's true.
But fill what up?
You'd have to get a container. We could get one from Minerva, but we'd have to rent it or purchase it or something. Expensive.
I guess Shamane will go up to Kuroko and be like, "Hey, Kuroko, I'm looking to contain some water. Do you still have that container?" I guess we should have the conversation in character.
Yeah. No, actually, I've already made the transaction. The blacksmith took all the water and took it out. I was renting it, so I didn't have it fully, but we could go rent it again if you want to collect more water.
Yes, I would like that. How much did you have to pay to rent it?
It was part of the transaction deal, but she makes her own decisions on that. I'm sure you could be persuasive, though.
I've got a big bag of stuff. I'm sure there's something in here. If not, we can work something out. I'm sure. I've never been to see Minerva. We've been in here for a while, and I've just never gone over to that corner.
I know you're respectful, and I think that's one thing she values. So, proper business etiquette.
Would you like to introduce me?
Of course. The thing is, if we're going to make a purchase, we should have things on hand, or she'll probably make you do a promise or something to.
She likes precious metals, correct?
Yes, she does.
I'm-
She's also part of the guild, I think, because I show you this tablet I've gotten, and you can get.
She does business with the guild.
Does business
She's
with-
part of a different society. She's part of the Merchants of Death.
Right. Makes
Um,
more sense.
But they're very closely tied with the actual guild, the Artisans Guild itself, because they barter in everything, and a lot of the materials they get from their barter can't be used until crafted, which is thus they sell it to Craftsman Guild.
Well, yeah, I have lots of things. I'm pretty sure we could find something she'd want.
Mhm.
Such as 54 gold coins, maybe?
Might be a start. But yeah, Kirko will bring you over. So
Enter if you have business. Otherwise, go away.
Minerva, I am introducing Shamane. So
Hello. I have a transaction if you might be interested.
If it's lucrative.
I saw that nifty container Kuroko had, and I'd like to be able to transport a fair amount of water. If you would be
Rental or
willing to rent
purchase?
it to me for some time?
Rental, not purchase.
they're expensive. Kirko will say. Actually, I want to hear this conversation.
You're
They're
right there.
actually very expensive.
Probably just rent
Well,
then.
It actually entirely depends on the space involved and the weight suppressant. Really.
Oh, there are options. I was just
Yeah.
thinking the one Kuroko had.
Oh, that one was very expensive. That one could carry, what was it, 3,000 liters, and
No,
it capped
yeah.
around
Yeah.
100 pounds, which is manageable by most people. It's absurdly heavy for the common person, but 100 pounds is featherweight for a lot of individuals. So, and 3,000 liters, that's a lot of weight.
I'm just looking up how much water hydroponics use. How many plants would you say I'm growing down there? Do you know? Do I know? Should I know?
He's got 20. Got 20 available spots for the hydroponics. He's built you a basic one. He just didn't know exactly what you were wanting to. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the 3,000 liters is 6,613 plus change pounds. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, it was like a sixth of the normal weight.
Listen, the 6 is we're talking a 60th.
60th.
Yeah. 66th actually of the weight. So yeah, we're good. Mm. Yeah. So you have the hydroponics can store up to grow up to 20 plants. He's also got 20 pots. No soil though, but he does have a drip system for it. And he's got a third area for something that you could specify as to what you want set up. So if you prefer the hydroponics over the natural grown pots and whatnot, you know.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably prefer hydroponics. It grows
Okay.
better weed and uses less resources.
Okay. You'll begin the construction on that.
And it looks like I'm probably gonna need, I don't know. Gosh. It's very confusing. It says for a large plant, I would need 2.5 gallons, but I don't know how long that lasts for. Let's say I need 50 gallons for the.
Do you want only 50 gallons, or did you want a container for double that?
I mean, I guess if I picked up double that, there would be room to grow.
Mm.
But I'd have to store it, which would be a problem. I think just the 50 gallons will do for now.
What's the weight cap you want, or do you want no weight limit, or just a space or spatial folding?
How much of just 50 gallons of water weigh?
That's pretty freaking heavy.
What?
Your phone's shutting down.
No, why?
Each gallon weighs 8.3 pounds.
Technically 8.3.
Technical
And that's at 62 degrees Fahrenheit.
Allie's phone just shut down.
Well, here's well, that sucks.
Save my Pokemon game.
Yikes.
Yeah, you're
No.
looking closer to 450 pounds.
No.
So 450 pounds for
50 gallons. That's how much 50 gallons approximately weighs
We
ish.
better go to somebody else. This is
you-
not a problem I anticipated.
417.
you go grab my my headphones.
Now,
Use my
at
phone.
different temperatures, that's going to be different, though.
Your phone with my headphones?
No.
Oh, because it's fucking.
Yeah, it's in the bedroom though.
Like, what's your climate control like in this room?
Good question. I think it's in the bottom there, right? So there's not a lot of yeah, I wouldn't know. Seems vented.
Okay. So, DM, can we assume that the temperature in the area that she's trying to get at is between 65 and 70 pounds, or 65 and 70 degrees Fahrenheit?
About.
Okay. Then it would actually be a little less than that. Probably not much per gallon, but like 0.0 something. So I originally was really mad because these spicy maple bourbon pickle chips were too sweet. But if I take them with a couple of like nacho cheese bugles, they actually come out all right.
My phone.
Charging it.
Where?
Over here. Got a wall plug in. One sec, guys. Just gonna get Allie on my phone here. So gotta sign out.
It's like a whole half a pound difference at 70 degrees Fahrenheit for 50 pounds of water or 50 gallons of water.
I will let you think on it, shaman nominee. Hazard, you walk to the dock, daughter.
Do you want to sign in for me?
It did, in fact.
What can I do for you?
Greetings, Doctor. I was wondering. Hold on. I lost the accent when thinking about Germans.
What do you want from me?
Doctor, what would you know on the subject of genetic augmentation?
I've practiced a bit on this, but it is not my specialty. I don't have the facilities for a proper controlled environment. I would need a suspension tank to monitor the physical changes.
Please check your email.
and make sure that has no rejection. And there's a lot of things. I need a lot of things to make it work. But I am a master surgeon. It's general doctor. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna pull out the notes.
Oh. Ah. Mm. Yeah.
I have some incomplete notes on a subject matter that might be of interest to you, and is of considerable interest to me. But they are a corrupted file.
As I hate incomplete notes.
Do I?
Yes. Okay.
But if we could recreate them, there exists considerable potential here.
Yeah. But I am no computer expert.
I had considered the possibility of studying the techniques involved. What little information remains. Well, about half the information remains. And potentially becoming learned in this fashion.
Would make sense, I suppose. It's not good to study off of incomplete notes.
Which is why I came to an expert.
Yeah, but again, I am no master of the genetics. No. I have much practice, but mostly my specialty is general practicing and surgical procedures, cybernetics, enhancements, replacements, prosthetics, genetic manipulation successfully either requires a finished product and a laboratory. There are many injectables that you can just and then it works. You're utilizing your own biological systems to implement the injection. But if you are looking for a less polished product, compound, or whatever you're working on, a laboratory, is your goal. You want to see. Yes. Some of this I know, but it looks like some of the more fine details are the expunged parts. So I can teach you the basics for a price. But this just frustrates me. This just frustrates me. Look at this. All the good bits, the tasty bits, are all gone.
So it would naturally fall to whoever attempts to decorrupt this particular set of notes.
I mean, you could always put it in the kiosk as a recovery job. There are many who solicit such services. Can you recover the files and decrypt certain parts? And you put it in, they get it, they do the work, you pay them, they give it back. There you go. The kiosk does weird things like that.
Hey. Thank you for your expertise. What would be the cost to learn the basics as you say.
Hmm. Uh, So first, you will have to devote some time to this. I'm not going to teach you half, but I'm actually more curious about some of the things that you're bringing here. Uh, Especially the things you have in your container there. Hmm. You seem to be holding on to that very large specimen container. Very closely, very guardedly. You can tell by the power emanations and uh, the temperature control.
Uh, as close to legitimate stasis as possible. The
Hmm.
equipment therein is not
Sell the
safe.
box to me then. Once it is done. Until you have used it. I don't want the things inside. I want the box.
And that press agreeable.
Hmm. Good. We teach now. Come. Come learn. Sit.
Wonderful.
Lesson uns.
Lesson oops.
Uns.
Uns. Eins.
Eins.
Eins, zwei, drei.
Yeah. So, yeah, you are now being taught by very aggressive teacher. He doesn't teach you anything twice. He also has very little time for questions.
I see.
While
Do
he's
not
doing the
necessarily-
lesson, while he's doing the main lesson, afterwards you
Mhm.
can ask him about questions.
Okay,
But
so take notes.
yes,
Okay. But yeah, I will dutifully take notes and do my best to learn, as he says,
just
the basics.
roll int. Um. Yes, roll raw int. Boy.
Make sure I'm not a crazy person. And then, whoop, wrong one. Cool. Is this gonna? Do I get any benefits from my mask from this, like learning wise?
Well, let's check out your mask because you get the raw int edition.
I have check marks to knowledge and forbidden skills.
You gotta learn them first.
No. Yeah. Okay. So if I learn it, yay, I get all kinds of cool knowledges, but or
Mhm.
buffs. But
Yeah.
6 degrees of success.
Okay, you're smart enough to learn the dual concepts he's developing, which is Medicaid, and the logic skill. So I'll have you roll on both instead of just one, which is what the failing the test would have given you.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's 9 degrees of success on Medicaid, and 9 more on logic.
Okay, you can add a check mark in both. He teaches you for an hour, and you're like, "Wow, okay." And he answers questions and cuts you off right at the hour mark, and he's like, "Till next time, I have business." Yep.
Then I will give him my very grateful thanks and then skedaddle so he can do business.
Somebody does come around the corner, and it's just like, "You have any more of those detox?" Ah, yes, come. You have taken too much of the drugs. Time to purge your system.
Purr.
Shumanumine. What are you looking for? Which one? You got 50 gallons, but how much weight reduction do you want? And what size of the capsule? You want to carry around a big gallon vessel? Do you want it to be like the size of I don't know, a coffee mug? I don't know.
Me.
Yeah. What's the specs? What's the thing you want for your
I need 50 gallons of water, and I'm gonna have to change it every 3 weeks. So I was thinking get 50 gallons of water now and see if 6 can build me a reservoir in 3 weeks.
Yeah, sure. And also, how much do you want the container to weigh? Maximum.
It's gonna be a person you're handing around, or do you want 150 pounds, 200 pounds?
Because if you fill it to the maximum 50 pounds, it's very, very, very heavy. What's the max you want the container to weigh?
Um, 50 pounds.
Okay. And
Wait.
be a gallon.
You're breaking up there, Matt. Sorry.
Coffee mug size.
Are you on your Wi-Fi again, or are you just walking around?
I have walked around.
Okay, I figured. Yeah, how big of the container do you want it to be? Do you want it to like be a rucksack? Do you want it to be a coffee mug size? What's the container? It's looking like smaller is more expensive in this case.
So one gallon of water. Okay, yeah. So that would space. I don't know, small enough to fit in my backpack. Would putting compression magic and compression magic together cause problems?
What about compression technology?
I don't know what
The differences?
these are. Is it compression technology? Pretty sure my bag's magic. I don't know what she's using.
No.
So-
So basically, we have the amount you want it to hold maximum, the weight you want it to weigh maximum. Now we just want to have how much space it takes up in your inventory.
How about like 3 cubic feet?
Pretty big. So 3 cubic feet's huge. We're talking like a tank on your back, like a.
But I got my bag. How much
It won't fit in your bag.
will fit in my bag?
Nope, not a
You
3
gotta get
cubic feet. You're looking like you're like putting 3 propane tanks together.
You gotta put it through the hole first, and then you have that extra space inside your bag.
I have put things through that hole that should not fit through that hole, let me tell you.
Yeah. Let me help you with this. Either pick a gallon jug, like a milk gallon jug, in
Okay.
size, or pick something like a wine bottle in size.
I'll do a milk jug.
Okay, it'll be cheaper that way. All right. So, how long do you want to rent it?
How long will it take me to fill it up?
What source are you filling it up from?
I'm gonna go get it from the shower.
Oh, probably 30 minutes.
30 minutes. So can I have like 3 hours with it?
Sure. She's gonna ask for 2 masks of solidarity to borrow it for 3 hours.
Pretty sure I have that.
Yep. Pretty steep price, but that's a very valuable item.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. I appreciate the transaction.
Just have it back beforehand. If you overgo the time, then I'll charge you by the half hour of use after the 3-hour mark. But by your funds, you should be easily able to afford it. So you can, if you do the 3 hours, 50 gallon, you could get, quite a bit gallons, 50, about 300 gallons of water, shuttled back and forth over the process of 3 hours.
Okay. Can Six set me up a place to keep it?
He can build you a reservoir.
Okay.
I mean, he just kind of bangs his hammer on the workbench with some metal pieces, and it just,
Just works.
if
It
worse
just
comes to worse, you
works.
can always buy drums, barrel drums from the quartermaster.
Okay.
But yeah. So yeah, you got your thing. You turn it in at the end of 3 hours, or do you want to extend it?
No, I'm gonna turn it in at the end of 3 hours.
Perfect. Okay. Chamonix, do you want to go work out and practice? Getting faster and stronger.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get those gains.
All right. So we're gonna roll some athletics. Yeah, boy.
Maybe. Fuck. What am I doing?
Dunno.
Is the gain center open for everybody, or was that made specifically for her?
No. The game center is open for everyone.
Okay.
He's turning it into a gym.
Yeah,
Like a
it's just
full on gym.
down the hole.
You can spot me.
Oh shit! Sure, why not?
The in center's open. He's got the first thing he built was a free weight center, protective racks,
Gotta protect your racks.
uh, and then protective mats. And then he started to build more complex stuff. And his latest addition is a treadmill.
Oh, neat.
Docs, what are you doing?
Okay.
Dog wanders in my room because it's stormy outside. Like, hey, I'm lonely. I'm scared. And then he immediately goes to try and root through some of the leftovers. Like, food. Scavenger dog.
Mm-hmm. That's why dogs have flat teeth in the back and sharp teeth in the front, just like human. Because they're omnivores.
So
Very
good try. It looks like you never got it the first time. Probably didn't stretch first.
Yeah, why didn't you stretch, bruh? Why didn't you like fucking aerobics it out?
Can I give her a fate point or something and be like,
No.
you have to
She's
stretch
she's
first?
gonna try it more than once. It depends on how long you want to work out for.
Maybe like 100. If you roll 100, then you could like, hey, dog. Here's that fate.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll another athletics.
Now that El Hazred's here, maybe I'll get a bonus for him helping me out.
Give you plus
Assistance?
10.
Do you
Have
have
athletics. I
Perfect,
do.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can assist.
You'd be like,
Give you a plus 10.
Sweet. Hey, El Hazred, did you come to check out these guns?
I
Boom.
why not? I did.
They're fully
You have-
automatic.
Okay, I'm gonna roll again.
You have got to be.
Oh,
There you go.
All right. Go ahead and add another check mark of athletics,
turns
and then we're gonna roll for dodge.
moral support.
You do your normal running, your But now you're getting put through an agility course by the White Wolf's instruction. You need to be faster on your feet. You need to be able to pivot, cut, and turn.
I also
Add
have
another-
dodge.
Yep. Shamana, you have maxed out dodge, so you can add mastery to dodge.
How do I do that?
So go to talents. Your talents down in your bottom right-hand corner, and then put mastery in brackets dodge.
So what it
now-
does is, does it add another +10 on top of that?
Nope. So if you ever come into a situation where you have a 0 dodge, for example, there's no negative or positive to it, you can use a fate point to gain past it automatically with successes, with degrees of success equal to your agility bonus.
I want to modify the mastery a little bit. It shouldn't have to be equal to 0 on the bonus. That's so limiting.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So what I'm going to do is, if you use a fate point, you may add degrees of successes to your dodge, equal to your agility bonus. So if you run into a guy that's just like, I got an escapable, I hit you for 10 degrees of success, fuck you. You still get to roll your dodge, but I'll allow you to apply a fate point to increase the degrees of successes by your agility bonus.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah.
Matt, this is where I was going to bring in like using select on a mastery.
I just want to change it as a base
Yeah.
because it's
I
so
think-
fucking debilitating. When are you ever gonna get 0?
Yeah.
I mean, you get a +30 to base, so you need something that gets a perfect
Oh, no,
-30.
I mean, you know how there's like challenging and pluses and stuff like that. So that kind of situation. So, if, for example, someone gave you inescapable, there's a -20 to it. You wouldn't be able to use mastery here. But in your case, since we changed it, you can get those degrees of success. I think that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. It's just you have mastery of dodge. You have to focus really hard, which requires the fate point resource, but it does allow you to chuck some just degrees of success. Go ahead and add 1 strength and 1 agility to your character sheet, Shamane, for the workout.
Okay.
Alhazred, you are helping. You are not receiving the coaching, but you're not foreign to military workouts. This is a little bit more rugged, but it's a lot of older techniques that don't really use a lot of the equipment. But you can definitely kind of utilize the same course and the same workout as Shamane. So I'll have you roll athletics and dodge. Athletics, you can get a +10. Dodge, that's just your own raw agility.
Boosh.
Getting all the good rolls out of the way on training.
Right.
All right, you can try one more time on dodge.
Okay. Make sure I'm not a crazy person, because I know I get a bonus from somewhere on it.
You get a bonus from me helping out?
Not on dodge, but athletics, yes.
Okay.
So you already got a +10 in there. What else? What other bonuses?
So I'm checking to make sure that that bonus isn't actually higher than it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. In fact, it should have been +20.
Well, still short.
Yeah.
No, that would have passed.
Oh, no, that would pass. No, you're right.
Because I forgot that I upgraded my my thing.
Okay.
I'll roll it again if you want, if it's easier on everybody.
No, it's good.
So you got a skill modifier +10. That should be because you have 1 check mark. One check mark allows you to roll without penalty. A second check mark
Yes.
gives you a +10.
I have 1 check mark in it.
Okay.
So
What
far,
else is
but
giving
I
you
have
another +10?
I have extra sensory combat, and I have 2 purchases in it, and it gives me plus
Ah,
10 to dodge and
That'll
parry.
do it.
6
Yeah,
other
you'll pass
purchases.
then. Go ahead and add 1 point to dodge, 1 point to athletics, and then 1 to strength and 1 to agility. You guys are fucking absolutely drenched in sweat. Just
Whoa.
like you guys are sitting there. You guys have even a hard time putting the weights back on the rack.
Have we become better friends?
Yeah, it's just you guys also bitch and moan at the difficulty of the workout as well. And White Wolf's just like, this will become routine, and only half the workout weapon training comes after. So I'll let you pass on that for now, considering you don't. You just. So don't worry, you'll pick it up, and this will just be the warm up. Strength training and agility training. Sometimes I have you do the weapon stuff first, then the physical part. Sometimes I give you a break. Sometimes we only do weapons. Sometimes I push you to the brink with just physical training, and you just don't want to be able to move afterwards. We'll see. It's good that you have someone to do it with you, because doing it alone sucks. I would know.
No, that's fair. It's easier to work out in D unit.
Sorry, this is internal monologue for
Yeah, this
for
is
Chaminade.
internal. This is inside her head. This is the White Wolf talking to her.
Yeah.
Just... Well, Chaminade, go on. Clean up. Use some maybe some of that water from the reservoir to pad off.
Yeah, Chaminet's gonna wipe down, and then he's gonna be like, "Hey, Hasred, would you like to join me for a joint?"
Certainly. I would not say no. Although I feel like I'm getting a little
After-workout
spoiled. What's that?
Sounds like a good after-workout treat.
I'm gonna get my dog. I let him out.
You're not wrong. Although I feel I'm getting spoiled.
You worked hard. You deserve it.
Speaking of. Well, no, not speaking of. I have no idea how to introduce the non sequitur. Anyway, would it be possible, perhaps, to acquire some of your herbal product, as it were, to take back home?
Take back home when?
Whenever. Would you like to see my home?
Sounds kind of frightening from what I've heard of it.
Oh, it's not so bad. We are currently in a state of armament. But that does not mean that everywhere we go is a constant war zone. Regardless, I have modified.
Set some of this crop aside that I'm growing currently. How much would you need?
As much as you're willing to offer. It's mostly. Just as here, my people live in a sterile environment, or semi sterile at least. We exist on hydroponics. So, freshly grown plants, animal byproducts, these things are incredibly rare. Most of us subsist on synthetic proteins
All right, so
and things of that nature.
I'm back, bitches. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Me and Chaminade are talking, and I was like, "Hey, can you spare some weed for me to take back home? Because it's worth a lot."
Yeah, be good. The way.
Might
Proceed.
be able to acquire stuff from back home if I can show up and be like, "Here's stuff to trade. I have a bunch of organic stuff. Do you guys have I don't know, some gun?"
I did also just offer the Artisan Guild a bunch of weed, though.
Yeah. No, that's why he was asking, because you could be like, I just offered the Artisan Guild a bunch of weed. And he'll be like, well.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen.
Honestly, he's also really interested in the fruit, like the fruit of the hip, as it were.
As it
Because that's
were.
stuff they've never seen before.
I might be able to offer you some of that.
Are you guys going to get drinks at Rask's?
We're
think we're gonna-
smoking a joint.
Yeah,
Mm.
hanging out, smoking a joint. He's like, hey, you want to come head back to you want to come see my home? And we'll frickin' give them a bunch of product.
White Wolf is yelling at you to go eat, specifically a protein-laden meal. Like you need to
Pronto?
fucking protein up now, is what she's telling
Yeah.
you.
Beef up.
The
Like,
boy
Yep.
I need to eat flesh.
doesn't care what type of protein it is, plant protein, animal protein. Fuck, even if you don't have any other option, just eat somebody. Just stay away from the brain and the internal organs. Make sure you cook it properly. Usually the thigh meat. But
I'm sure Rask will have some sausages or something for us.
yeah, no, he's definitely got that.
What's that called when
Well,
you eat the brain? It's like mad cow? Is that what it
Cow
is?
disease.
Mad cow.
It's bad. It's real
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
It causes a permanent neural damage.
Yeah.
Some symptoms similar to cerebral palsy,
Mm,
which is
yeah.
not great, and is
No.
a long-term condition, by which they
Yeah.
mean you don't get better from it.
Yeah.
However, only 50% of people actually receive neural degradation as a result of consuming sentient flesh. Fun fact, over half the world is predisposed to cannibalism and will suffer no negative effects from it.
Well, hopefully you don't have to eat any sentient people
I'm
anytime
sure
soon.
Rask will have something
You could eat some books. Is that protein?
not dangerous. I don't think so.
Only if
Technically,
it's about weightlifting
Yeah.
you eat a weightlifting book.
or a nutrition book.
Yeah, I was just thinking, yeah.
He actually asked, now tofu sausage is available.
That could work.
Tofu tastes like spongy sponges that are spongy.
Because they soak up all the flavor.
Mm. I've never known tofu to hold a flavor very well.
These are grilled. They have Cajun spices and a good bit of salt.
You
And
should talk to Rask about your food. These new flavors you've created from your plant, the fruits.
The fruits?
Yeah.
Everybody wants my fruits. Fuck.
I know, right?
Chamonix is what you get for having such delicious fruits.
You all just want me for my fruit.
It's not true. We want you for your wheat as well. Why didn't that make it better?
Just a humble medicine seller. I seem to give more of my medicine than sell it, though.
I mean,
Don't worry.
maybe that's why you're humble.
Quite humble. Too humble.
A wealthy medicine seller wouldn't be getting high on his own supply.
Well, I guess I better stay humble then. Could you serve me up some dinner? I need something to make these bad boys stronger. And then Chamonix flexes.
Yeah, sure, right away. And he's gonna come over and serve you 2 slabs of steak. Big old hunk of red meat.
Damn.
Yep. Some of the containers you guys got me had whole stacks of meat. I had to butcher them, but I got
Containers
a short supply.
below.
Yeah. So I got a short supply of ribs, short supply of steaks, another cuts of meat. Got a hell of a lot of tofu though. Trying to find a way to make it appetizing.
I feel like Chamonix's never eaten meat before.
Did you want the tofu instead?
Um,
You
but he
certainly be
really
like,
wants to get stronger, so he's considering the meat.
well, tofu would work too.
Yeah, maybe he'll take the tofu.
All right, he'll give you tofu sausages.
Hazard is just like he's got the steak in both hands and is just ripping bites of it off.
Yep, that's about right. I reckon. Hmm.
Excellent, thank you, Rusk. Chamonix will look over at Alhazred and all his muscles and then pick up the sausages and start copying the way Alhazred's eating his steak.
Gotta remember though, Alhazred only doesn't have that much muscle. You're stronger than him.
Am I?
Yep, by 10.
Probably, but Alhazred is
Alhazred have
big.
abs? This is the
Alhazred
important
has
question.
abs, but Alhazred is big. He's just a big dude because he's been augmented genetically to have more space inside him for eating things and incorporating their design.
I got you. You tall boy.
I feel like
He is
Chamonix is very slight, even when he gains muscles, it doesn't show very much.
You would almost certainly end up with like a swimmer's build or a dancer's build.
Yee.
Which, funny enough, similar, but not the same builds. You can tell them apart.
So, we eat food.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Alhazred, after he finishes the steak, is going to look at his hands and he's going to lick them clean, and then there's going to be a burst of energy, and he just disintegrates all of the non-skin molecules in on his hands. So his hands are clean now. He's going to turn and look at Chamonix and be like, "This is the second time this week I have eaten steak. In the 6 years from the time of my birth to now, I had never once had the opportunity to eat it before. Say what you will about this place, but it definitely has a way of changing your fortunes."
It's certainly the adventure since I've gotten here. Not my usual.
What do your normal adventures consist of?
Sorry, what?
What do your normal adventures consist of?
Long walks in the forest. Sometimes grumpy villagers, sometimes friendly villagers. A lot of treating arthritis.
What is arthritis?
Then your joints get sore.
We don't have that. If you said something, I didn't hear it.
I don't know. There's nothing.
Oh, okay. Okay, because he was like, "We don't have that." Just sort of like shrugs at you.
Yeah, I think Chamonix understands by this point that you came from a very different world than his. So he just kind of shrugs too.
We do have various degrees, interestingly enough, of neural degradation. Madnesses and the like. We are poorly equipped to treat those.
We don't have too much madness, but when we do, usually I can find a more spiritual cure. I do like to dally on the spiritual side of health as well.
I had noticed you had a fondness for the elevated practices.
I
Where
grew
did
up
you?
in a temple.
So that's where you studied.
Yes.
I think that might be better conversation. That was meant to be a leading question where you tell me more about the temple and what you grew up there and the things you liked about it.
Alex always trying to suss out my poorly planned character.
Well, no, this is where you grow from it. This is where you expand on it now.
Alternatively, you can just say, and Chamonix tells you about his past, and then we go from there. We fade to black.
I remember it distantly, but it's been a long time, longer than you would think. There was a period of my life that was just a lot of nothing, and it makes everything feel a little more distant now.
Were
My
you
time at the
incapacitated?
temple was a long time ago.
You sound melancholy about it. Should I have not brought it up?
I didn't feel too strongly towards it at all. It was. I kind of grew away from it, was all.
Ah, I see. So you took to the humble medicine seller life to find somewhere else in the world?
Well, I just started walking one day and I never really stopped.
Forrest Gump.
There wasn't much else for me to do. And it suited me, I found.
Oh.
Choosing my own path, making my own way in life, having freedom, and not being too weighed down.
It's a point of view I can commiserate with. We have a fairly structured way about the clan, but it is a framework. People within it are free to build within that framework as they please. As a people who have fought back against conquerors for many years, freedom is something that we cherish, even if it can sometimes bring difficulty with it. For instance, a man free of taxes is a man free to starve and free to become prey to bandits. But I do not think that we would have it any other way.
Well, I've survived on my 3 freedom so far, and it's brought me much joy and peace. I wouldn't trade it for anything else.
Hear, hear.
Oh. Like my frosty.
Very nice. I like how you're showing them off to me, John. Like, I fold them and put them away every day.
I just wanted to show you.
I've seen them before.
Anyway, did you have anything else you wanted to bring up, or is that the scene?
I think that's the scene. That's our powwow scene. We did a powwow.
Cool. We did a powwow.
Yeah, Kuriko was reading, and then Kuriko had to go to sleep for a bit to up her shield.
No.
So, are we done in the Nook? Is that our Nook time?
We're gonna follow Bernalt and begin finding some dragons.
Dragon hunting's nice. I think we should plan to what we're going to do next for sure.
And some dragons. So we're gonna need big weapons. Did you mean in a looser sense than what we're gonna do today?
No, I think being able to. Yeah, we just have to bring it up. That's all. I wouldn't mind going to the dragon hunting realms to go do that. That seems fine. Should probably head to the
Once-
3rd floor sometime soon.
What business do we have there?
Plants!
Ah, yes. I did uncover some information with the artisan.
Oh.
Some of the anti-biological matter that he was utilizing to scrub clean the hunting grounds. The plants in that area, they fear it.
It could be useful then. Just get a little spray bottle of it. Bed plants, bed.
Oh, so this stuff, when you touch it, it sucks the life out of everything nearby? Like, bottle and spray it on somebody, you might kill lots of people.
Watching for the air current because I might come back to you.
Mm-hmm. Dangerous stuff.
I did manage to get my hands on a few small grains. With my gravity wave, I should be able to orbit them around us in a defensive pattern. But that might not stop the more enthusiastic denizen. From what I have learned, there are places there where the plant matter is cognizant of prey. Places where going quickly will get you killed because the plants will snare and snag you and poison the ever-loving hell out of you in the process.
Well, we'll just have to be careful and take it one step at a time. But first step, dragon hunting?
Dragon hunting. No, come back, little berries. Sorry. You guys, all of your talk of whatever the hell you guys are making has inspired me to make smoothies.
Mm.
I have some wild berries.
We've been having banana and blueberries.
I had some bananas, but my son, child that he is, consumed them all. Well, at least I don't have to worry about his potassium levels.
Mm-hmm.
So, silver lining. Fortunately, the only kind of milk we have is chocolate milk. So, it's going to be chocolate wild berry smoothies.
So I don't know how long you go work out for? Is it an hour?
Yeah.
2 hours?
I don't know how long we were here. Yeah, it took me 3 hours to get water, and then
I mean, do we have a deadline? Do we want to spend a couple of days just like self-improving?
No, it's for me in the sense that I took 8 hours of sleep and read the book. After that, I went into my subdomain for a bit and practiced my singing. Good acoustics in there. And yeah, came out ready to start the day. I just didn't know what the rest of you guys are doing.
we did all the other things.
Definitely.
I think we can just say that our times matched up.
Yeah.
If you guys want to do stuff, that's all. If you guys wanted to sleep or you guys already ate, worked out.
Yep. I mean, we'll do it again. See if we don't.
So when you bring the dragon hunting ground up to Kuriko, she's like, "All right, yeah, that's something we can do for sure. It's one of the areas I wanted to check out to begin with. We might see Alt on our way there, and that would be nice."
Although I feel that she intends to go quite deeply into the area.
Yeah. Do you want to bring the regular team? Do we want to bring anyone else? That's the question I need to ask. Do you want to leave War Dog here for defensing? Because I know you wanted to work on the defense of the place with 6.
It depends, I think, on how useful we think everyone else will be against such creatures. I know that the girls are antsy here. It would be best not to leave them behind. War Dog's equipment is almost certainly robust enough to harm a dragon.
Okay, so we can take War Dog.
For quantity.
Sure.
In our hunting.
Do you want to take Hive's team is the question.
That's what I was asking. Are they inured to the dangers of this place? And would we be risking their lives for me if we did bring them?
Well, I think risking their lives is something they probably want to do every day. It's all about if they want to get more information on the place. Probably being able to scope out the hunting, not the hunting grounds, but the dragon hunting grounds would be a good boon for them.
Maybe we should just ask them and see if they want to come.
Yeah, they got paid handsomely from our last outing, so
always, a reasonable option.
Yeah. Side note of that, I need to remember to go to 6 and show him the trinkets. There's a few of them we don't know yet, Matt. So I'll show him. It's nice and written up in the trinkets, masks, and artifacts. For example, the Gorgon head, monkey's paw, shrunken head in a jar, preserved butterfly, that kind of stuff. Because I know 6 has that wonderful ability that lets him determine trinkets, what they are.
Can I have my cell phone and my charger back?
Sure.
Yeah. Give it back.
See how much? 29%.
Thanks.
Welcome. You wondering if it saved your session or not in Pokemon?
I know it didn't.
Oh, shit. Remember the last time you saved?
No, but it wasn't too long ago.
Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna bring the trinkets we found from the second floor to Six. See what he thinks of them. I had some real trouble with these dice. Oh man, that wasn't a good time.
Well, you want me to identify them, or do you kind of know what they do? What's up?
I don't know what the ones she points out to the ones that are not highlighted or any information for the trinkets handouts. I don't know what these do at all because I took the fluidium away from them before they can be used. But the rest of them, I knew firsthand experience, so I kind of have an idea what they do. Monkey's paw, for example. Don't know what that does, but I have an inkling just from, some common lore.
Yeah, let me gaze at it with my eye. All right, monkey's paw. Na 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 na.
Yeah, if you need to do a roll, Matt, go for it. I don't remember what he did.
He does.
Yeah.
No. Grants a wish, literally.
Oh.
Problem is, you gotta pay for it.
Right. That affects.
Yeah.
So is it wishes per fluidium or is it?
Yeah, wishes per fluidium.
Okay.
Problem is, there's a little bit on the back that if a face dealer uses it, it gets the wish, and someone in the target vicinity has to pay for it.
Well, that's convenient for them for sure.
They're not very big wishes per se.
Right.
It's more like I wish I could do this as well, or I wish they would have a very difficult. It's simple stuff.
Okay.
But say I wish that person was slower. Well, usually when you use that, somewhere that is really inconvenient, you may find yourself slower.
Oh, I saved really recently, actually.
What else you got?
Shrunken head in a jar.
This one's nasty looking.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this one's nasty. It takes things from you.
Okay.
Specifically, say you trained yourself in a specific way to wield a weapon, or you have honed your ability to, I don't know, parry incoming strikes with your weapon.
Right.
It has the ability to temporarily take that from you, all of it,
I see.
making you as if you've never learned it in the first place. It's a little bit more complex. So it's fluidium. You can use it either in choosing a new thing to take away, and or prolonging the effect. So say you have 10 fluidium in there, you can take one thing for one fluidium, and then
spend extra charges.
You
to make
have
it
9
longer.
turns of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you can pick 2, one for
Yeah.
each, and
Make it
now
5 or 4.
you can divvy
Yeah.
up how long each one lasts,
Yeah.
and so forth. So you can completely greed and be like 5 things for
2
I don't
turns.
know 20 seconds.
Yeah.
20 seconds. Or you can take 10 things from someone for 10
Just for a
seconds.
turn. And
Just for a turn. And that person's going, how does combat?
Yeah. It might only take a turn. 10
How
seconds
do I make
to do something.
ouch?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really see how to defend against it.
Yeah, I'm glad I removed it when I could.
It might just be sheer force of will to deny it. I'm not 100% sure. I really don't know the intricacies of it, and I really don't want to look too closely either.
Yeah, that's fair.
Something's giving me bad vibes. But this one so far, the monkey's paw, a lot of value to it, a lot of utility, but there's a price to it. And the
Yeah.
price is not immediately payable. You don't get to choose when you pay it, which really reduces the value of it. Unless you're a face dealer, this is like S tier for face dealers
For
because
sure.
they don't have to pay shit. They get to pick who gets to pay for it.
Yeah, it's almost like a
So
double negative for the person then.
right, so this would be incredibly powerful with the inside out mask because I don't know if this works with the same way with afflicted. So maybe, maybe it works. This, you can pick who pays for it as an afflicted. I don't know. Afflicted really don't really run around with trinkets, so I don't really have any research as to how
Yeah,
masks and trinkets and artifacts work with afflicted.
I'm working on it.
Okay. What's next?
The one that I was probably scared of the most, the preserved butterfly.
All right. Kind of looks at it. Uh. Hmm. Um. Hmm. Let's check. Kind of stares at it a little bit more. I'm gonna have him retry. Hmm. Uh. Well. Yeah. You have a right to be afraid. Um. It pins you in place like the butterfly. You cannot do anything. Literally. It's a one-time use, one target. Uses all the fluidium in it. The number of fluidium used reduces your ability to resist.
Oh,
So you can fight it off, the effect,
so
but there's a negative penalty, increased difficulty for the amount of fluidium used on that target.
it
It
could
has to
be,
use all the charges,
yeah,
but it also, for every charge used, if you fail, that's how long you're pinned in place, unable to act, unable to
right.
move, unable to do anything.
So
I don't.
that's a good starter, right? You put a preserved butterfly on them, they can't react to move to anything, and then just hit them
They.
regardless.
I don't know. This is.
Okay,
There's something weird about it. I don't know
okay,
if you're preserved, as in no one can do anything to you.
right.
But this feels a little stronger than that. It just looks like you're a preserved specimen, as in if someone wants to slit your throat, I think it's possible.
Yeah,
It might have to be with a fluidium or anti-fluidium based weapon to get through the this little preservation field. But yeah. Also, this little pin, I think it actually sticks through your chest. You get a
ouch.
spike through your chest.
Yeah, no, that would hurt for sure.
Yeah. So this one, you were right to fear it. This thing's awful. Um.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty much all the ones. I think we figured out what the other two do from the first 400 grounds. So I
Huh.
appreciate it, Six.
Over the three I identified, I'm definitely gonna say it's in reverse order of the value you got.
Yeah,
Reserved butterfly, definitely an S tier. The shrunken head, definitely something very powerful, especially if you're against someone who's the master of combat. You can have them forget parts of their combat briefly.
yeah,
You can of course resist, and I don't know if instinct, honed and trained instinct, doesn't compensate for that. I don't know. So if you're like someone so steeped in combat, removing the concept of dodging doesn't mean your body doesn't automatically do it. It's
yeah.
just
You'd have to
you.
remove the muscle memory first.
And I know this thing can't do that.
Yeah,
So, um, but hey, one of the most potent things you could do is make them forget how to use the weapon in their hands,
yeah.
especially if it's complicated. How does crossbow? How to shoot guns?
How does laser?
Yeah, so. Hmm. The preserved butterfly does seem to have one catch, though. Um, the target cannot be wounded in any fashion whatsoever, even if it's minute. So if you are going to get targeted, cut yourself.
Right.
Be bleeding. Have some sort of
Only
wound on
accepts a
your person.
perfect specimen.
Yes,
Right.
it has to be a perfect preserved specimen. So if you feel that um, targeting you, make sure you're not the perfect specimen. So there's the catch-22. So if you feel it's going to be used on you, stab yourself, literally.
Yeah.
I don't know, bite your tongue,
Yeah, I
your
think that's
cheeks,
pretty much, yeah, for sure.
something.
Your lip, something like
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
and bite it hard. It may overlook small wounds.
Yep.
May even repair small wounds. So, stabbing yourself in the leg would really be like, ooh, I don't know, this leg's pretty fucked up. Shrunken head, just any target in range,
Yeah.
which would be something you can see. Monkey's paw doesn't really particularly need a target. But again, there's price. So, hey, I would really like a ladder here to get out of here. Boom, ladder, done. At some point, there's going to be an access or an escape denied to you because you wanted a ladder to get out. Now there's no ladder. And you either have to use another wish or fucking get around it.
Yeah.
Maybe a maglock door, it kicks power up for a brief moment, slams shut in front of you, and then power shuts off. And it locks. And you're like, there was no power here. Why? How? Monkey's paw wish. So, some interesting stuff, bro.
Yeah. No, it was definitely a hard fight. One of the ones I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, well,
And the bosses on the hunting grounds.
I heard there's a lot of traffic on that floor now.
Yeah. It looks like our good old Shira made a nice tutorial video, so I assume it's been distributed.
Yeah, kind of walks over to a table, and he flicks up a newspaper.
Oh.
Why he has one or how? This is like an actual newspaper, real paper,
Mhm.
printed ink. And is like, yeah, check this out, and kind of tosses it to you after folding it.
Opens it
It's
up.
a it's a kiosk newspaper. You can buy them.
Yeah, we saw
Um,
newspapers at the subway terminal, so maybe
yeah,
this
well,
is
no,
something
these
to do with
are
that.
active news companies. Like, there's
Right.
there's one on the 8th floor that it's like a big old tabloid. They love to you can buy them
Okay.
in the kiosk for pretty cheap. Um, they like to keep their nose to the ground for shit like this, but yeah, floor hunting grounds level 2 has turned into a fucking battle royale.
Yeah.
In fact, there's more people being hunted there than things that people are there to hunt. In fact, people are
There
more
was
gearing up to fight not just the environment but the other hunters because
That happened.
yeah, a lot of more people trying to take down the lost soul. Uh,
oh, good for them.
no, as they say, no progress so far.
Yeah.
Uh, no one showed up with a a 5-point mask, guy's catcher. So, you know,
Kind of hard to do otherwise.
yeah. There are no exorcists have shown up either. So, or at least titled exorcists. So, yeah, a lot of cool news you can learn. A lot of it sounds like fake news or just really like way exploded like situations. I mean, if you kind of dial it down, maybe you can get some up-to-date facts. It's a tabloid.
Yeah,
So it's not like a down to earth newspaper where it's like, well, this happened. There's reports and shit. It's more like shit blew up. That guy punched him in the face. That guy said "fuck you." It's great. That type of stuff.
Mhm.
That dude threw a trident through 3 floors of this place and killed somebody on a different level.
Yeah, like that type of stuff. It's like that's not possible. It is if you use the teleportation coins, where the guy was standing on the exit platform, where you literally fucking spike it into the teleportation entry, and then you hit the guy on the exit pad. That's doable. To do it at multi-floor, it would literally be the thing would go through an entry to an exit to an entry to an exit to an entry to that guy. Fuck that guy. How much money did I spend to throw a trident through all those floors? Way too much, but fuck that guy.
It just has a little streamer with masks behind it so it can pay its way through each floor.
No, you literally went to that floor, made an X with the coin, moved it to another area, set it there, put the X next to the coin, just stringed it, and then hope no one messed with it. So, this is interesting though. Check this out. There's been an increase on floor different attacks. So, say somebody set up a location that is extremely fortified, and they break the fortifications, but on the inside, in addition to the normal fortifications, there's these one-time use fortifications where if you get within a certain area, the communication system jumps from one floor to the next, telling those turrets to activate, and they just fire into the portal in a one-time use out of an angle that doesn't really make sense, and you just get fucking wrecked. So there's been a lot more floor hopping
violence.
attack. Yeah, floor on floor violence. So yeah, they're the floor hopper attacks.
I
Looks
guess
like
it
they're,
gets the job done. Yeah.
yeah, it looks like they're ramping up production of these floor hopper tokens. They sell big.
Yeah, they do, for sure.
Check the kiosk, and there's a price jump. They've gone up about 300%.
I'll
Just
relay
due to
the
demand.
shaman there. Maybe
Due to
maybe
demand.
No, we wouldn't want that used on us, I suppose, but it's always the option of selling.
Right. Well, I mean, they only hop one floor, so
Yeah.
it's the war zones that are near the war zones is really where they really come in value, because you also have the ability to move troops
For sure.
and just be like, these guys weren't here. You thought they were on another floor. Surprise.
Trojan horses. Yeah, Trojan horse.
So,
What's the impetus for these attacks? Does it say?
it's a lot of sensationalism about taking installations and resources from organizations and groups that have way too much control over specific aspects of this place.
Oh, it's a riot.
More like organizations going to war, like corporations, where you send your countries going to war, basically. I mean, might as well be. So, a lot of attacks are starting to focus on the crafting guilds or any of the crafting ones, because the ones who are filled, the war mongers are like, why do we have to pay? As he kind of looks at the paper,
Why don't
these
we just
piss-ass
steal the
weak,
smith, break their
right,
legs, and then make them make weapons for us for free?
right,
Short answer is because they fuck your daughter and murder your son.
Yeah, so there's a lot of the warmonger clans and those who channel might and power are starting to be a little bitter about the power uh, offset between the fucking nerds that build stuff. So
Well, sucks to be them.
yeah, so there are a lot of attacks on main floors. So that doesn't mean the crafting desire for crafting services and products have gone down. In fact, they've gone up, which is kind of funny because they're using those same supplies and items to attack the craftsmen. So it's
Right, but the
like,
craftsmen wouldn't sell their best shit out, so they've got better toys to protect themselves than they're selling these guys to hurt them.
yeah, and when they do kill them, they just reap them back and resell them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
War, as they say,
um,
is good for business.
yes, and a lot of people are like, why are these idiots so fucking stupid? The craftsmen are selling weapons to the people to have them used against them, and I'm like, A, pick you choose. So if you don't want to pay to give your best shit to certain people, you don't sell it to the fucking kiosk. You have an in-person service, so they have to travel to you, and they pay out the nose, and you get to select your clients. But if you're selling it through the kiosk, don't come
Really?
fucking crying to anyone. You put it through the kiosk for its convenience sake, which means anyone can buy it. I've been selling all sorts of stuff through the kiosk. Little minor stuff like a little satchel backpack, actual backpacks, fanny pouches, you know, vests with all sorts of pockets and stuff.
Oh, I love pockets.
Rugged clothing. Shoes. Oh man, I've been really honing my shoe skills. Steel toe, combat boot type of stuff. Moment I put them in there, they're sold. Like,
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
they're
there's
super easy.
probably not a great many cobblers in this place.
Yeah, yeah. I think
Have
I've
you
sold
considered?
about. Yeah, I've sold probably about 1,000 sets of shoes.
Domine,
Yes?
I've had a genius thought.
It doesn't
Mm,
involve me making shoes, does it?
nah, I'm
No,
in the shoe business. Don't take my shoes from me.
I have no desire
no.
to.
It involves cotton and thick string. Nobody has a plan for what happens at the end of the world when the tampons run out.
Ah, I mean, I can just make those. But the Craftsman Guild are already on top of that. They actually sell feminine products. A lot of the crafters actually, specifically certain artisans, have already are on top of that. So
Tampons, contraceptives, Tylenol.
yeah,
That's
they
all
make
stuff
that
that
stuff.
the enterprising zombie survivalist stockpiles because that shit's going to be worth literally more than its weight in paper money. Paper money makes great toilet paper.
Well,
It
hold
really does.
on.
Ink gets everywhere.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll say this that they already. I mean, there's specific artisans on the 8th floor that specifically make beauty and hygiene products because apparently it's all clean and utopia like there, and that's what they like. They say the cleaning products too. So not that anyone really buys any of that around here, but the hygiene products, yes, very much so. Especially things like delouser.
No, that tracks.
Yeah.
Lice and similar insects would spread wickedly fast in this place.
So a lot of that stuff. They sell a lot of um, medical supplies from that floor too. Really cheap stuff. Really potent cheap stuff. In fact, a lot of the rubbing alcohol comes from that place. Anyways, yeah. It's kind of funny. Costs one basic white mask for a copy of the newspaper. Yeah, they have one new every day. Don't
I
really need
suppose
to
that can
buy
be
it every day.
expensive.
It can be, but I don't really buy it every day. I mean, there's cool little like puzzles and stuff on some of the pages.
It's funny to think that someone's life is worth some
Mm-hmm.
information on a page.
Yeah, apparently.
Or at least their identity. Pretty much their life.
Pretty much so.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This place is fucked up. But you know what? That's is what it
Ren
is.
in Rome, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, thanks, 6. This should be good information.
Yup. Oh, yup.
I
Mm.
was gonna say I don't think we need to do anything else for prep wise.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do.
Go to the dragon hunting grounds.
How you gonna kill some dragons?
I should at some point get to look at that drone you guys have, the non-functional one.
Which one?
Do you already take apart the big boy we took down for you?
Oh no, that's already like discombobulated. No, I'm talking about Vic.
Yeah, I know.
No, I got it.
Vic's resting. Vic will be with us soon. I'm sure you could take a look at him, but it just needs some time. That's all.
I'm deeply confused by this sentiment.
It's sentient, right? Just it's not death. It's just I'd almost say it's loss, grief.
No.
I was saying you can take a look at it. I just feel like it would be better to give it some time is all.
I have completely lost myself in your words.
You can look at Vic. All I'm saying is that Vic could use some time to process things, which is probably why he's still asleep. If anyone would do it, I think She-Ra should take her time with it, since She-Ra is the one that has it currently. But if you feel like you can, quote unquote, fix him, take a look.
The story you have told me did not imply that he was a living creature, but that he was deactivated upon the death of his previous owner.
Deactivated, yes. Living, I'd say also yes. Creature depends on your context of what a creature is. Does it have a soul? Yes. Yes, it does.
And
That is living to me. You talking
very
about?
least,
There
at
we
the
go.
very least, we might determine if he is turned off or in mourning, rather than dwelling in uncertainty.
Yeah, I'm in no rush for Vic to take his time. Right. I do not have a desire to force the issue. But if you can get more insight from him and you think it's helpful, then by all means.
Could be.
This doesn't change our original conversation, though, on the topic of preparing for the hunting grounds. If this is where we do want to go,
Sufficient weapons to pierce their hide.
I have something that can pierce their hide.
Okay. Then what will the rest of us be doing?
Good question. I don't know. I don't know what you could do. We have materials to attack it. We do still have some straps left of the trapped, right? Get some pieces to make blades of the trapped, right?
Oh, yes. Is that what we will be needing?
Yeah, it would need something at least of that caliber to pierce their skin.
Give me some time to put up a subroutine. Maybe try a different mask, and I will see what I can accomplish.
Sure. How long do you think this will take then?
As long as it takes to fabricate a dragon-slaying spear, probably.
Okay, that's bad. That's bad context. I have no idea how long that would take. I'm sorry, I hazard. Can you give me like time estimate, like 5 hours, 10 hours?
No, not without being able to observe the materials and consider how I intend to implement them. It will be
All right.
hard enough figuring out how to work with a metal that is every end is the sharp end, and also it cuts through everything.
I'll leave it to you.
You have any designs for dragon slaying weapons?
The only thing I have reference of is a like a whale harpoon spear.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. But we don't have anyone of sufficient strength to pull a dragon down out of the sky, do we? So what would we use in lieu of an anchoring point and a winch? Can you pull them into your domain?
Yeah, I
We
probably could.
pass part of a chain. How strong is a collective of Kurokos? What do you call a
Strong.
collection of Kurokos? An avalanche? An ice flow? An ice flow of Kurokos. If we make a long enough chain, could they ostensibly drag a dragon down out of the sky?
As long as they're within my domain, sure.
I see.
I could make some weight talismans as well.
We would need them to be able to activate remotely or after a set time. But we could ostensibly attach them to such a spear, pierce the dragon with it, and then have the weight seals activate and drag it down. We would need to barb it sufficiently as to pull the beast instead of ripping itself free. Multiple anchor points, a flange perhaps.
I'll leave you to it. My job's just to hold it in place.
You will be holding it in place and we will be killing it?
Well, unless you guys want to bear the strength of it, I can't do both. Kill it and pull it. Once it's in range, I could probably kill it, but if you guys want to disable it in ways, I guess that's one way to do it.
All right. Let me see what I can do. And I'm gonna go put on the large-eyed rabbit and see about crafting dragon harpoons.
So doesn't the one-eyed rabbit allow you to reverse engineer things?
Yes.
You just
It
trade
also
those
grants
two, I think.
me engineering trade and an int bonus and plus 10, so in this case plus 5 on crafting trade skills. So
Right.
for hammering out some kind of dragon spear, that would be the best choice there.
Sure.
All right. So shit, DM, I guess we're gonna be building a dragon killer.
If you want some reference points, I do believe Shira has some recordings of the blacksmith that I was speaking of before. So
Certainly. I will need to speak to her anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna go kidnap Shira. Little one with the camera.
Oh, okay. I have a camera. That's me.
Yes. Bring the camera and the robot.
Oh yeah. I can do that. Yeah.
We're going to build a spear.
Why?
For hunting dragons, of course.
Oh. Are they endangered?
Well, yes, they are in danger. We're going to go kill them.
Oh. Well, are they on the endangered list? We can't go like hunt them if they're like on the endangered or near extinct list. That'd be bad. What if they're like?
I feel if there's an entire hunting ground devoted to them, they are not anywhere near endangered.
Oh.
At the very least, they populate quickly enough to not have, not for that not to be such a concern.
Oh. Oh. Okay. I mean, what if we find a really rare one?
Then it is probably smart enough to talk.
Oh.
Did you know that we have talking animals on my world?
You do?
Yes. And yet we still have hunters.
Well, those guys sound like dicks.
Not really. The solution is very simple. We put the instructions on how to dismantle the trap and escape from it on the outside of the trap. If the creature is smart enough to read the instructions and work out how to remove the trap, then they are too sentient to eat, and we have lost nothing. However, if they are too foolish to figure their way out or to learn their way out, then they are edible.
I guess that's pretty nifty, but what if they get really hurt?
Intelligence
then?
is not the only marker for an enlightened creature.
Um,
Even a hurt animal has been known to chew its own leg off to escape a trap. But
well,
that in
sounds
itself
perfect.
implies a certain level of canniness.
Or determination.
Hmm?
Or
Yes,
determination.
exactly. But you see,
What?
a foolish
Sounds
animal would
awful.
attempt to chew the trap to pieces.
Well,
A wise
we're
animal
gonna.
attacks its own weakness.
I don't know what world you live on.
Hmm? One more time?
I don't know what world you live on, but your world is weird. We don't really have talking animals. Um, at all. Um, We have made up characters that are talking animals, but that's fantasy stuff.
So he stops and leans down very close to her and goes, "You have fiction on your world?"
Yeah, we,
Wonderful. I
uh,
think there are some worlds that do not.
we have fiction because we make it up. That doesn't make it real.
Exactly.
Well, we got a whole bunch of fiction. We got a bunch of fake news and a bunch of big fat liars and um,
Yes.
bullshitters, and then we have but then we have the other side, which is you got fantasy stories and all sorts of fun shit. And got like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff.
You have dungeons for your dragons.
Hmm. Well, yeah. Here's a picture of the spear, but yeah.
And the methodology in which he used to fabricate it. Did you get any video of that?
Yeah, but you don't got the skill for it or the tools.
Thank you for denigrating my skill and my tools before you've seen them.
Well, you don't have the things he's got. I mean, it looks like he's a guy who's done it a lot.
Yes.
I don't. I mean, you're about as new as I am, so I don't.
I learned very
Yeah,
quickly.
I guess. But
I learned
alright.
geotherapy today.
Well, whatever,
Mostly
man.
in utero.
Here,
General practitioner.
here. You. Uh, here. Just have it.
Wonderful. And he's gonna plug in his hard line to the computer, the phone, the camera.
Yes, that one.
That one.
Yep.
And while he's doing that, he's going to ask her about the drone.
I'm working on him. He's really complicated. But not in the. Not just a technically complicated thing, but he's got some weird elements about
Mhm.
him that is interesting.
Such as?
Well, he's got electronics, but he doesn't got electronics. Uh, the whole thing is kind of held together by some energy thingy. Um, I just gotta find one of them light shard thingies and stab him with it probably, and he'll be fine.
You want to stab a machine with a shard of something, presumably light, and hope that he
Yeah,
is fine.
well, he will be. Because I can't repair him, but I bet he can repair himself. He just doesn't
It's a
have
fuel
that
source.
light causality power thingy majigger. I don't know.
Causality. Let me. Would you mind if I take a look at the drone?
Yes.
Why?
Because no,
Hmm?
because reasons.
Because of reasons.
Yeah. 'Cause, yeah. Stuff. Reasons.
You do realize how this argument sounds, yes?
No.
It
No.
sounds a little bit silly.
You're silly.
I should hope no. I
You're,
should hope so. I shared a joint with Chamonix.
um. Hmm. Uh. Reasons.
You okay?
I guess just kind of have him back.
I have no intention of taking him from you.
Oh. Well,
I wish to know
okay.
how he operates.
Well, He doesn't really come apart.
That's fine. An
And
internal scan should show me all I need to know anyway.
I don't know. My camera doesn't show as much as I'd like it to show.
Say that again?
My camera doesn't show me as much as I'd like it to show.
Hmm. Excuse me. All right. So make a couple checks here. I want to try and put together a decent blueprint for a dragon stabbing spear.
Yeah, he's got it.
Given the materials that I have, like clearly I can't make the same one he made.
Maybe not. Maybe you can. You may need to. Maybe you just need the tools, and you could probably just end up doing it.
Maybe. So we need to go talk to Minerva.
The kiosk.
Or the kiosk. Hmm. All right. Let's try the kiosk first.
Okay. For an energy anvil and energy tools, the equivalent of hard light equivalent of to handle the material you're looking for. The basic set comes with tongs and a hammer, nothing fancy, and a small anvil, something more portable.
Leppers.
Sure. You're probably looking at. Let's see what the price is. Pretty favorable. You're looking at 2 green masks. The more advanced kits, you're looking at. No, you're looking at a black mask.
Seems considerably more than I have.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Hmm. What is the price tag of green masks versus red or white?
Right, white is the lowest functioning mask.
No, I'm asking Shira.
Oh, white kind of is like the basic bottom of the barrel stuff. Doesn't really do
Mhm.
anything special. Just kind of protects your face a little bit. Um, green masks. They technically they're the next step up, but they're more rare than the red and blue ones, which seem to be a higher level. But I've seen more red and blue ones than green ones.
Hmm.
So technically, while the green ones should have a inferior value to the red and blue ones, they're actually more sought after, which increases their price. So then red and blue, yeah, and then the black one is definitely a lot better than the white, green, red, blue. I don't have
In
much
Shamade and
information.
Kuroko then on this particular endeavor. If we're going to create, if we're going to acquire these tools that we need for this particular task.
Well, just go talk to Shamane. She's part of the guild. Maybe she gets a discount.
Yes, that's why I suggested bringing them both in.
Oh, why don't you just have 6 make them?
Good question.
Okay. So, he was just gonna go do it because he was talking to Artisan, and Artisan was like, "Huh, you might be able to start building stuff. You have the right mind for it." And on the other hand, we know that anything that Six builds is kind of funkified because of his methodology. So, out of character, the answer should be because having Six make stuff is dangerous and it could fail on us. In character, the answer would be because I wanted to try my hand at it.
Oh. Well, all right. Well, do what you do. Oh. Alright. Well, go talk to Samine. Apparently the tools are a little expensive. I mean, as they should be. They're kind of.
All right. So, since we seem to be at an impasse here, I'm gonna just go get you two, and then be like, "So, the kiosk is offering the forge that would be necessary to build this device, but it requires the purchase of 2 green masks."
Right. I don't have any green masks on me or in the party funds. Green masks already been transferred out to people. You can ask War Dog. War Dog and Constantine have one each. Right.
Does the kiosk not operate on equivalency?
It depends on the floor and depends on the item. So there's a clause there. It's not all the same.
So you
It's
couldn't simply
availability. That's what one of the biggest things is.
right, but you couldn't pay the price of 2 green masks in the value or to the value of 2 green masks with other things.
If you mean that, then yes, you can. I see what you mean. For example, yeah, you'd have to have a credit coin. Pay with that. Unless it's direct barter.
Do we have enough direct barter in order to make the acquisition that we need to create this spear that we're going to use to go dragon hunting?
Yeah, it depends on what you need, right? I can. I think we have like what 100 and some level 1 white masks. So all depends on what you want to use for it, how much it costs.
What's the exchange rate?
For white masks, it's pennies, pennies on the dollar.
So it would be 200 white masks to fulfill the same price.
Maybe I don't know the conversion. I'd have to see it from the console's point of view, right? You'd have to do one, see how that would do for percentage.
Okay, we will try that. So if I put 1 white mask in, what percentage does it give me, DM?
For the tools?
Yes.
0.5%.
So you need okay.
200 of them.
Yeah.
So the
If you check
conversion
your-
ratio appears to be that.
If you check masks, trinkets, it's at the top.
What's at the top?
You got 64, so not enough.
Those are solidarity, though. Those are way bigger than regular white masks, aren't they?
No, I was looking at Mask of Solidarity or level 1 white masks. Solitudes are level 3. 33 of them.
Green mask is rank 2. Both green masks that we have are rank 2. So if we put a one white mask of solitude in there, what are the odds of it coming out as a much higher than 1%, especially if they're rank 3?
It might be like 2%. You still wouldn't have enough though, but you could probably even it out.
Well, let's put a white mask of solitude in there, DM. How much does that cover?
How many?
Just one.
A white mask of solitude, just one.
Rank 3. White mask.
Get you 4%. They're not
Okay.
going to be linear. It's based off of. It looks
Availability.
like it's based off availability, but actually, it is the
Based
auctioneer's
off stock.
preference.
Oh, really?
If you have enough, if you unlocked a lot of the privileges of the kiosk, you can get extra features.
Right.
And you can actually set certain items that could be used as currency or be worth to pay it at a certain value. So if you don't want white masks, you just put the percentage at a dismal rating so people stop. Because I don't want white masks for what I just built. Fuck off. So that's why normal white masks are such a dismal percentage. The white masks of solidarity are also going to be at a dismal percentage. Solitude's a little harder to come by. Still, so they are. He put the percentage still low, but not cripplingly low.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely a craftsman who made this, who has unlocked additional kiosks features.
Right. So we bring Chamonix in to use her I'm a member of the guild card and see what changes things.
You might want to get rid of your purchase though first. Should have done this
I mean,
before.
we can't get rid of the purchase until we've made it.
That's what I'm saying. Because it's under your account, right? You wouldn't, if you go to the kiosk again, it would still be this. Is that a wrong thinking there?
And I thought she had a thing that she could just wave at the kiosk and be like, "It's me."
Oh yeah,
Because
no,
of
for
her
sure.
guild
No, for
badge.
sure. I'm thinking your purchase right now. You've already started the transaction for credit, right? And you need to finalize that purchase, or otherwise it's going to stay there.
Right.
Yeah, you can't pull out once you've started the percentage. That's what it locks
I'm
you
not
into.
trying to pull out. I'm okay. So even if Chamonix were to come up and be
profile-based.
like, "Haha, this is
If
this
you
is
put
for
in
on
the
my stand."
if you put in the trapped metal shard, that's a supply. That could be worth a big percentage.
Right, but we need those to make the spear in the first place.
Well, how many do you think you would need? You don't need to make the whole spear out of it. You just need to coat the tip.
Yeah.
Because in the video, he doesn't even make the whole spear tip out of it. He just puts an
Entry
edge
point. Yeah.
on the tip of the spear.
He plates it.
Yeah, he plates the very tip of it.
Okay.
He only used one strip per. Because
Okay.
it just needed to be the bladed edge.
All right. So
You don't need to make a whole fucking spear out of it. You just need to tip the thing.
Well, I did not have that in my brain. Okay. So
also people make bullets out of this stuff too.
No, that tracks.
And if you show up to the fucking Minerva with a box full of full pen bullets, she's gonna be like, "Oh, well, that's definitely something on my buy right now list." Because one of the biggest things people look for are bullets. Because
Right.
have a gun, and that gun can fire a lot of bullets. But if you had specialty bullets, now you're a real craftsman. So maybe that could be something you want to build.
Really?
Craftsman, I make trapped tipped bullets. or whatever you want to call them. The twisted metal bullets. Um. All right. It depends on.
So I
You got
had
0.5% for the basic kit.
for the basic mask. Yeah. Okay.
Or the basic kit or the mask?
What?
Uh,
You have confused me.
You have confused me. Are you buying the basic
Yeah.
energy forge kit or the?
Yes.
Okay, that's what.
That
Yeah.
was the plan. Yes.
All right.
Brain not working.
Do your
Ouch.
purchase. Do your purchase.
Okay, so we need to pay off the kit.
Mm-hmm.
The white masks of solitude are worth 4% apiece. We have 33 of them, which constitutes 132% out of the 200% we need.
No, you need 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just double
You need
because of
200 masks because they're worth
Yeah.
half a
200
percent.
white masks, yeah. So this would cover
All of it.
132 out of 200 because it's 4 times 33, which becomes
No, you just
How about
need
you
to.
put in one of the metal strips for percentage?
30. Okay. Wait, never mind. You're right. I'm a crazy person. All right, so let's feed in one of the strips and see what that gets us.
You get to 50%.
Oh, well, all right then. That's way better.
Yeah.
So we're at
That's a super rare material, or I mean, not super rare, but very uncommon and difficult to harvest material. So now you're at
all right.
50.5%.
Yeah.
If you put in another one, it'll refund you the 0.5.
Right.
So if we wanted to get 4 times, what is that? You just need to do it by 4 times 25 gets you 100%. So
You can put in
two.
We could put in 12 of the solitude masks. And that would cover
48,
yeah.
and then
Which would
put
mean
in
that we could put in another 3 white masks and call it good.
yeah, that'll do it.
Any objections?
No, go for it.
All right. So
Track
2,
them. Shing.
3, that's 21. All right, and I have some straight white masks I'll throw in at the end.
You tracked what I gave you guys split up, right? You guys tracked that?
So I had 37 white masks, and I gave
Sure.
30 of them to Bernalt to help her on her way. I currently in
Sure.
my personal inventory have 3 solidarity and then 1 unidentified boost and protection mask.
So you didn't add the extra. I gave you guys all.
I
Split it
Guess
up.
not.
Okay.
How much was that?
I think it was 21 white level 1s and 3 level 3s. I think that's what it was, but I'd have to go back in the logs.
All right. I probably will be calling this one a little early, probably next
Yeah.
15 minutes.
I think that's fine, Matt. I think that's completely fine.
But yeah, did a little improvement of stuff, a little crafting, a little business, little
Plan
RPing.
for next session, and you can get some stuff ready or we can do Theater of the Mind for the dragon hunting grounds. So
I have maps.
sure, yeah.
I got maps, man.
So
Don't
we've got
shoot,
an
buddy.
energy.
Energy anvil, energy
times a
calipers,
panel.
energy hammer. They're not
And
entirely made of
caliper.
Yeah, they're not entirely made of energy. They just have the ability to be coated in an energy field.
Yeah, they create a force field around themselves so that you can touch shit that would normally just sink through your anvil or would interact poorly with matter. Okay.
Yeah, usually.
So how much material do we need to build one of these spears?
How big is your spear?
Dragon killing sized. So
Talking black spear
ideally,
size? Tall as you?
hmm?
Tall as you? What type of tip do you want?
So
What are
we
you
need
gonna
something that
use to launch it? You got to throw it?
Mhm. Yeah, I figured I'd use my terminal rejection wave to throw it. Unless
That would
somebody had a
definitely
better
apply
idea.
some to it.
Yeah. Because it's just like you're now going at terminal velocity that way. Oh, okay, I guess I'm going at terminal velocity that way.
Yeah, for soft scaled dragons, that would probably absolutely just be like surprise. For bigger hard scaled dragons, it'll still sink in. It just won't punch through.
Right. Which is the point where we get, I don't know, Kuroko's insanity to just like yeet herself up there and punch into the spear. For harder scaled dragons, we just target the wings.
There you go. Yeah, there you
Like,
go.
yeah.
Also chains.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna need something that is light because we don't want it to interfere with the path of the or the trajectory of the spear itself, but also going to be durable enough that we can all pull on it and drag a dragon out of the sky. So we're going to need some kind of alloy for that, unless we can make it out of energy. Because I think the plan is to have the Kurokos pull the thing down, the clone Rokos. And everybody else is just going to dogpile on it. Failing that, we're going to need some way of drawing the spear back if we can't find a suitable material for the chain, which means that we're down to Chamonix's idea of delayed weight seals on it, in which case we'll need to change the design of the spear so that it's designed to anchor into the thing more and spread out, so that when she starts pulling it, it doesn't just rip itself out and drop to the ground.
That's true.
So ideally we want an umbrella spear. We it hits the thing and then unfolds inside the dragon.
Yeah, why don't you do a little research and get back to me sometime this weekend about all the stuff, and then we can do all the crafting stuff out of the way so that
Okay, you want to just
the
do
rest of
it.
the group isn't bogged down by it.
We want to do an aside for it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What does the anvil give me any bonuses on crafting stuff, or is it just it lets me work with trapped metal?
Unfortunately, this stuff lets you work with hazardous metals. Mostly because you don't really have a blacksmith skill yet.
Have engineering.
You do have engineering, but there's a blacksmithing element because you have to reforge the twisted metal into something that's not so twisted. But that is
Okay.
where the rabbit mask comes in. The rabbit mask, if I go to the masks and trinkets,
Yeah, it's got engineering and stuff.
yeah, well, no, that's not the thing I
Oh,
was
okay.
particularly focusing on.
Oh, I was. So I was like, that's cool.
Trade
Oh,
skills.
it's unfortunately the it's one of the orange abilities.
Yeah.
So you may have to buy blacksmith, and then you get a +1 check mark to all crafting trade skills, which would be a trade.
5. Yeah.
Yeah. So for 5, you can get yourself a skill, and then you get a +1 to that trade just by having the mask.
Okay.
You gotta have it. Liz.
Okay. Gotta have it.
Yeah. So yeah, gonna call it here.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for the session, Matt.
Yep. Good night, guys.
Alright. Can I pull your ear for a little bit before you run off?
Sure.
Alright. I see you haven't booted up